Alrighty, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome everyone. Let's have some fun. Let's grab this screen over here. Okay, Stokes Creative. Welcome. Geo. Oh, that's a good thing to catch to have you here, but not so great that the sleep schedules are messed up. But I've been there many a time. But good to have you regardless. Where are you based, Geo? S Stokes. E Stokes, my apologies for butchering the name. Hi, thank you. So excited to watch. So excited to have you. It should be a fun challenge today. It's going to be mainly cleaning up these renders. All right, so cleaning up these shapes, sorry. Fixing up... bless you me. Fixing up these shapes. Fixing up the thing. I'm not happy with the hand, so I want to fix that up. And yeah, we'll have some fun with it. Perry, Geo, wow, coming from all over the place. 3 a.m. My goodness, man. But as I said, I've been there. I often go there. You get caught up on a project, or you're just in the flow of things, and then you say to hell with it. Who needs sleep? And then your future self says, I need sleep, asshole. So yeah. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to wait for maybe another 5 minutes to sort of let some people trickle in. And what I'm going to do, because it's going to be a heavily sort of render focused and sort of painting focused day today, I'm going to do some quick little studies, I think, which will be good fun, just to get the warm up juices flowing, get the logic of the light working, and yeah, let's turn this Christmas music. So I've got Epidemic Sound, so hopefully this is the first time I'm trying it. Just different kind of music. It's not Spotify, and I've paid for it, so it shouldn't copyright. Not that it matters to you guys, but it shouldn't copyright claim anything. So we'll see. So I reckon I might just start blocking out this this study. So I'm going to be throwing in just a background here. Again, as always, ask questions as you go. Oh, sorry, ask questions as I go, as you go, as we go. Doesn't matter, no question is too silly. It's a silly question safe zone here. Alright, so I'm just going to do these really simplified shapes to begin with. You'll hear me say that over and over and over again. Now I'm focusing on these ones just to begin with. So just doing some, feel free to join along. Doesn't matter how small the screen is actually, I don't think. because it's actually better to have it pretty zoomed out, if you know what I mean. So I'm just blocking out these simple shapes here. I'm just getting into the warm-up zone. How's everyone been doing? Talk to me. What's everyone's week been like? Feels like I'm in a sushi restaurant. I don't know if you guys have been to sushi restaurants, but this is very similar sort of smooth jazz. At least the sushi restaurants that I go to here in Adelaide, Australia. There's sushi trains. All right, so I've just got some simple shapes here, and we're going to try and carve out these 3 dimensions, all right? So to make it easier to begin with, I'm just going to alpha lock this sort of stuff here. And I'm just going to choose a little bit darker value. And we can always darken up these values as we go. And I'm just trying to look at these really simple shadow shapes. All right. E Stokes, crazy work week. Why does every client have to start and finish every project for 2023 before the holiday? Yeah, I know. I can imagine there would be a mad dash to get everything done because they want their plate clean for the holidays. That's why. Which sucks for freelancers, but the great feeling of just when that's all done and completed and you can just chill, nothing like it. Chaotic. We'll definitely fall asleep midstream, but glad to be here. I hope you do. I hope you get back into the better sleeping pattern. But as always, glad to have you. All right. So this isn't a perfect one-to-one study, right? I'm just trying to block out the shadow shapes here. Really trying to look at the simple shapes and where's the shadows. Eloise, welcome back. Hello, I'm work painting a portrait myself. Awesome. So you're working on a portrait? Fantastic. Who's the portrait of? So I've got to fix some of these shapes here definitely so we can carve into them later on and sort of bring them out and that kind of stuff. But this is just getting me in the zone. How's all the volume and everything? Is everything sort of making sense audio wise? It'd be great if you can give me an indication of that. That would be lovely. So I'm just squinting down now. Squinting down and just carving out shapes. It's going to look a bit funky to begin with, but that's okay. Sounds great. Best sushi in town. I haven't had sushi in quite a while actually. I think I'm due for a sushi train experience. Remember when we got the first sushi train here in Adelaide? Oh, was that amazing. The money spent on that place. My bank account was not happy, but my stomach was joyful. All right, so this is just, I like to block out the shadows to begin with. It really just starts to give it shape. Gives me the big basic shapes that I'm after. Jose Gonzalez, great to see you again. What kind of music do you listen to when you paint? So, not typically this sort of stuff. Like, I'm very eclectic. So I could do anything from Bob Marley to Nora Jones to Blink-182 to the John Butler Trio to Johnny Cash, country, all sorts of stuff. So I've got very eclectic taste. So I generally just go into my my liked Spotify playlist, throw it on shuffle, and just go for it. And then every now and then I'll throw on I'll go into the radio of a particular sort of artist or something, and see if I can get some new stuff. But I've been really hammering the punk, like Blink-182, Sum 41, that sort of stuff lately, because I'm sort of learning the drums, and that sort of stuff has been fun to play along with. Sayuri, France. Busy work week and temps are getting colder here in Canada. -40 with the windshield. -40. Is that, what are we talking? Is that metric or imperial? Question for you. What are your goals with art for the next year or two? Oh, good question. Good question. I would like to get more efficient, I think, with my artwork. I'd like to share more stuff and learn more. I'd actually like to get more into 3D. Get into some more 3D stuff, and then have that help my 2D work, if that makes sense. But yeah, just explore. Just have some more fun with it. What about yourself? -40 Celsius. Jesus frick. I'm thinking bloody 0 degrees Celsius is just crazy cold over here. I mean, I've never seen snow myself. I've never witnessed snow. So that is would be a very big shock for me. Stokes Creative, tell me you're an elder millennial without telling me you're an elder millennial. Oh, I know, right? An elder millennial. See, I'm just starting to sculpt some shapes in here. Thinking very 2D and 3D at the same time, if that makes sense. So I'm trying to just envision the shapes in a sort of 2D way, kind of. Trying to look at the gradients here. It's very cold. My art goal for the next year is to be more consistent, learn how to stylize, and to better understand how to paint color and light. Fantastic goals. Those are my goals for basically the beginning of this year. Beginning of this year, end of last year. Because I was very heavily into sort of realism, and I was kind of a slave to the reference a lot of the time. And I would just copy verbatim. So it's a very, very fun challenge that you're giving yourself there. I'm excited for you, because I'm still going through that phase at the moment. So yeah, hopefully these streams, or just some of my content, or content that I think others that I'll share, that I recommend, that's helped me, will sort of help you out on your journey as well. Because it can be a little bit of like, where do I start with the stylistic stuff? All right, so I think I'm taking a little bit too long with this. This is just meant to be a little warm up. But that's okay, I'm having fun with it. So what are you gonna do? Let's start sculpting in a little bit of the darker tones. Squinting down. Not thinking about the light just yet. So I recommend as well, even these sculptures, like I've said this before, but getting these sculptures just from Pinterest and wherever, it's highly recommend it. They're a lot of fun to play with and sort of study from. Josu, what do you think about artificial intelligence art? Whoo, we're going there, are we? Yeah, look, I've got a lot of thoughts about it. It doesn't really interest me that much from like it's here now, if you know what I mean. Like I don't think there's much point in like trying to think that, oh, we're going to put the genie back in the bottle. I think there's some interesting regulatory things that are gonna happen with it. I think there's some good things with it, or just like with anything, it depends. All right, it depends how you want to look at it. Yeah, it's a big topic, and there's a lot of different aspects to it. I mean, I don't particularly like the fact that they've taken images from artists without consent. That's a big no-no in my books. But again, I think burying your head in the sand about it isn't the right way to go. Personally, I think from a career standpoint, like again, I'm not like your traditional, I went to art school, I had the goal of getting into a studio and that kind of stuff. I've always been very much, I want to work for myself and do my own thing, which I think is one way of, I guess, mitigating the risk of AI art. Like figuring out how to diversify your skill set, right? So if you did want to go down the route of working for a studio or that sort of stuff, you become more valuable. Diversifying your skill set, meaning like, for example, getting proficient in 3D, right? Which is what I'm interested in. Figuring out how to do some animation, but not just in that sense. If you want to sort of diversify your skill set for that, but I mean diversifying your skill set for building an audience as well, creating your own IP, not being reliant necessarily on studios or others for your income. You know what I mean? That's where my mind's at with it all. And I've heard a lot of people start to say that. I mean, I've thought that way, like regardless of AI or not, that's where my head's at with it all. I want to do my own thing, figure out a way to build my life around the things that I want to do. It's a process, so it's not for everyone, but that's kind of what I'm passionate about. Figuring out your own way to do your own thing, so it's like regardless of what's going on in the whole sort of AI art space or whatever, really, it's you're becoming more self-reliant, which I think building an audience of some sort, like around you personally and your art, the way that you think, the way that you present your work. Yeah, I mean, I could talk on this. It would be better if it, like, there was a more audio, like audible, like conversation instead of just reading chat, kind of stuff, sort of going back and forth with it. But that's where I think, like, I think at least I can only talk for myself, right? For myself, building an audience around my artwork, around my way of thinking, my personality, I think, because my goal as well eventually is to be able to do the whole from front to, like, I want to be able to do the concepts. I want to be able to then bring it into 3D. I then want to be able to animate it, and then I want to be able to sort of make stories and just create cool shit myself. And with the technology that's out there at the moment, it's going to enable me to do that. All right, so I think it was Nathan Fawkes, I believe. He's talking in a similar way to me as well, or what I'm thinking. You got to sort of figure out your own path, really, regardless of AI stuff. But as well, like, it's, if you're thinking about it just now, where it's at the moment, it's spitting out some cool images, right? It's spitting out some cool images. Yes, it's off the back of other artists, but let's just say it's all, it's just, we're just looking at the artwork or the stuff that it's spitting out as is, right? That's cool. What happens if you want to tweak that or change it, or it's not quite what you want? You're going to have fundamentals of some sort, regardless if it's 3D or 2D, to make the changes that's needed. All right, yes, maybe one day you can prompt your way to that, but I mean, it's at least at the moment, it's looking at pretty same to me. A lot of the stuff that's out there, it'll evolve, it'll get better, but I think the fundamentals and learning them and being proficient in them, you're pretty much always going to need that, at least from my opinion. Stokes, boo AI. But yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. What do you guys think? I think it's an interesting topic. There's opportunity there as well. There's weird legal stuff. Sayuri France, I agree. Stylization is a big beast, especially when you're still developing your style. Your channel has been a great resource, so thank you. Appreciate it. That's awesome to hear. That's the goal. Learn the AI on Disney films. They'll regulate it real quick. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, thinking of it from a legal standpoint, if I was a game company or an entertainment company or whatever, at least at the moment, I wouldn't touch the stuff with a 10-foot pole, because it's so up in the air with the legalities. The last thing I'd want is that sort of stuff to come back and bite me. So there's that as well. But I think, yeah, I'm very, I hate the word, but like entrepreneurial. I think that's the way that a lot of creatives have to start thinking, not being reliant on studios. Becoming more self-sufficient, build your audience around your work, around your personality. All right? That's what I think. Again, everyone's going to have their opinions, but also I'd take a lot of this AI art stuff that you would see with a grain of salt as well, because you've got a lot of content creators that are going to go after the clicks, right? So if you're clicking on a lot of this stuff and it's a lot of negative, like fear-mongering sort of stuff, it's just going to keep feeding you the same thing. All right, they're after clicks, which equals money. So there's that as well. But Proco is actually having some interesting conversations over on his channel around the AI art stuff. But yeah, that's, I don't know if that answers any questions, but that's kind of where my thoughts are at with it. All right, so I've just been noodling and talking on this for way too long. Let's just throw in some lighter colors, just to understand the planes a little bit. Then, if you're reading the description, my goals for this session. So I want to fix the thing, the hand. Want to get that because I'm really not happy with it. I want to then clean up the shapes of Wednesday, and then then I want to finish it and then post it, and then I will bring you guys along for the ride for the sketch note that I'm going to for the sketch note that I'm going to create for her. So that should be fun. All right, might have to change this music. This is feeling a bit too jazzy for my liking. We'll change it up soon. Some of the things I'm thinking about here as well. Some of the things I'm thinking about here are the transitions, right? So if you have a look here, let's make this. I hope this is interesting as well, this warm-up stuff, because it really does help me. If we go grayscale, right? See, I'm not pushing the values as much as this, but let's say if we wanted to push the values the same amount, the light source is going to be up here somewhere, right? And there's going to be fall off. So this, even though this plane here is a very similar plane to this, because of the distance of the light source is to this plane, this is going to be much brighter than this plane down here. So that's something to take into account as well. So if we want to push the values a little bit more, and this is all the thinking that I'm going to be doing on Wednesday as well. So this is good just to get the warm-ups, the warm-up thoughts on this happening. All right, we can even still simplify this and get some of these shapes feeling a little bit better. All right, so here, it's going to gradate down. Now, I'm not just trying to copy this verbatim, right? It's, I'm trying to understand. I don't see much of a point of just copying and being like, okay, this color, this is why I never color pick. I don't see a point. It just doesn't make sense to me because I'm trying to learn. Harish, welcome, my friend. Great to see you. S. Stokes Creative, how did you get started drawing and arting? Well, I've said this a couple of times on stream, but that's all right. So I've been drawing on and off for most of my life. And that's it. There you go. There's the story. Now, I've been drawing on and off for most of my life. And it was something that just sort of I enjoyed. I did get praise for it as a young boy, because I put a lot of time into it. I don't believe in so much in talent. It's just the amount of time that I put into it when I was younger was more than other kids, I guess. But there was a time where I wasn't any good. And I specifically remember, I said this, I think, on last stream. There was a turning point where I decided to get better. And I was like, yep, this is what I want to do. You know, I was Not like I want to do for a career or anything. It's just like, I want to get better. I did a drawing of a redback spider, which is a pretty lethal sort of spider. I don't know, in primary school. I don't know how old I was pretty young. And I brought it home and showed mum and dad, and they sort of looked at it. And I was like, oh, this looks good. What is this? What is this? And I was like, what are you, like, in my head, I was like, what are you talking about? It's a bloody redback spider. I probably didn't talk like that back then, mind you. But I was like, it's a redback spider. They're like, oh, okay, that's nice. And I sensed that they didn't know what it was. So I was like, okay, I don't like this feeling. I'm not going to let that happen again. So then I sort of just dove into it. And yeah, just kept copying stuff, basically. That's all I'd do. I'd just copy things. I'd copy Pokemon cards. I'd copy DVD covers. I would try and understand how realism worked just by copying. And I remember my dad, he drew a thumb, just his thumb, and it looked pretty decent. And I was very young still. I was like 6 or if that. And then I tried to draw it and I got so frustrated. And I just hated that feeling of like frustration. So then I just kept working at it and working at it and working at it. But there was years there, as I say, on and off, that I didn't draw at all. I just didn't. It was either music that sort of took over, or business, or like tech, because I've got a background in sort of software development. So yeah, that's kind of, I guess, my origin story in a nutshell. Morning, Mr. Ben. Good morning. Actually, I don't know if I've already said hello. Regardless, you get 2 hellos. How lucky are you? But going back to even the AI stuff, right? There's this new thing called Chat GPT. I don't know if you guys have seen that anywhere online at all. It's like the latest iteration of the OpenAI like language processing thing. The same conversations that artists, because I'm in both worlds, I'm in sort of like the development space and the art space. The same conversations going on in the development space. Because literally before this stream, I was playing around with it and I just said, code a to-do list app in JavaScript. And it just did it. Like I can show you that later on in the stream when we're like sort of winding down. So then now there's all these questions like, oh, is web development gonna be like taken over? Is everything? So it's not just like, it can feel pretty siloed when you're not sort of exposed to other industries. But all these conversations are going around all over the place in all different industries. Even like copywriting, like marketing, sort of writing, because it's all text-based stuff. They can just spit out, like it's getting pretty crazy, the text-based stuff, what it can do, and it gives you explanations as to why it's doing its thing. And you can be like, okay, cool, now write this in Python. Okay, cool, now write this in Objective-C. Okay, now cool, write this in, and now write the back end with a database. Like write the SQL query. Like you could just do, like it's fucking phenomenal what it can do. But it's only very recent that it's come out. You can try it out if you want. It's called Chat GPT. It's fascinating. Tuxedo, good morning from Nairobi. Big fan. Welcome. Man, we've got people from all over the place. This is pretty cool. But here I'm just trying to do. See now when we darken these shapes up, see how it's starting to get like a form, because I'm understanding where the light source is. Right, we can even help it out with carving in here. So you got that bottom lip really protruding out. Right. We can then even sculpt in the bottom of the nose, right? So we can take it as far as we want. We can even up these values even more to really make it look like that there's light hitting these planes. This is fun, this. I could spend the whole stream just doing this. I won't, but maybe we'll just do like a study stream one day, and I'll just like share the links to all the reference material, and then we can all just try and go study. Also, I've got a Discord cranking as well. I'm going to be more active in that soon. And I see people already posting some of their work, some of their work in progress. So that's the links in the description there. Harish, you just missed my big talk on the AI stuff. My apologies. I don't think I'll go over it again. But basically, in a nutshell, figure out how to diversify your skill set, build an audience, and build your own IP. And figure out how to. It's easy enough to say that, and it's like yeah, all well and good to say that, but yeah, that's in a nutshell. Without all my explanations, that's where I would be thinking about. Damien, sorry if you already talked about this, but how do you start to understand planes of the human head / body? I'm struggling. All right. There is this thing called the Asaro head, right? I've actually got it in the background here. You see this guy? Right. I'd recommend you can Google that, and there's like 3D models and that kind of thing. You can use that to begin with, like as a reference. But what I'd even recommend, like even more, is getting familiar with how light hits just cubes and spheres. Because if you can't grasp and wrap your head around those simplified shapes, it's going to be an absolute nightmare trying to understand all this sort of stuff, right? Because I've got an understanding and I'm not just copying one-to-one here, right? I can add, let's say, a sphere. Let's throw out the flow. A sphere here. Using the same light source, and I can make it fit in with the with its surroundings, if that makes sense. All right, because the planes aren't just the planes; they're a reflection of the light source. Because, for example, if you just turn the lights off, you see no planes, you see nothing, right? So this is how you can begin to just invent anything that you want, right? So I would recommend, if you're not familiar with cubes and spheres yet, get really familiar with that. Then I would start adjusting the cubes and spheres, right? So I would begin to sorry, if you distract me and get me into rendering something, this is going to happen. I'm going to get into the zone. Now I've got to rip myself out of the zone. So like with cubes and spheres, right? If we're going to do cubes and spheres, we'll do the cube here. Also, just a heads up, I do have to take a phone call at some stage during this stream, potentially. So if I'll let you know when that happens. Well, the phone's going to ring, but I will be back. If it doesn't ring, it doesn't ring. But I do have I'm expecting a phone call that I've got to take. Just a heads up. So now we're using this same light source from Hellboy. This plane is going to be probably not as bright as this plane because it's not perpendicular to the light source. Right. Then the shadow's over here. So this side of this cube is going to be like that. So now we've got this three-dimensional shape. But then if we wanted to make a plane here, right? If there was a plane, maybe this plane would actually be a little bit brighter. Right? But if we wanted to actually flatten this out even, now we can start to manipulate this cube because we understand how the light is perpendicular to this plane more so than this top plane and this side plane, if that makes sense. It's hard without going into the super detail about how light works and the inverse square laws and all that sort of shit, but I want to try and simplify a lot of these concepts so I can understand them better, and for anyone that's listening or watching any of my stuff, that they sort of find some use from it. So yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. So then you can manipulate that. You can then create a cube anywhere else you want. You can then just add another bit on top of here. It might be a cylinder, that kind of thing. So that's what I would recommend getting really familiar with at the same time that you're sort of learning the planes. It doesn't have to be one before the other. I hope that helped, Damien. I hope that gave you a little bit of an idea. S. Stokes, study stream equals yes, please. Your wish is my command. El Bujo, buenas. Your tutorials and tips have helped me a lot. That's awesome. That's awesome to hear. That makes my day. Toki, hi again. The drawing is turning out so cool. Thank you so much, Toki. Jean Franco, hi Ben, how's your day going? My day is going well. Any day that I'm sitting down chatting to you guys and doing some drawing, it's a good day. And we got some smooth jazz. So, I mean, what more could you ask for? All right, so here's the start of some warm-ups. I mean, I could keep going. I don't know how long. I also don't want to bore you guys. But this is kind of what I would do. This is really like just turning the cameras on and like this is how I would work. If I need to do a little bit more sort of study times. Let's darken this a little bit more. Like I hope this isn't boring for you, because I know we'll get to Wednesday, I promise. But the warm-up is important for me. Sounds like I'm in an elevator, but that's okay. We're drawing in an elevator, so it's a fantastic elevator ride. But it's like an elevator in like the 70s or 80s. I just feel like this gives me like Vegas vibes. Damien, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Awesome. I'm glad, because I always want to double check that what I'm saying actually makes sense and it's just not ramblings of a madman. You see me looking angrily at the screen. That's just me squinting down and trying to understand these simplified shapes. Oh, Stokes creative. Too right you are. Sayuri France, have you watched the actual show Wednesday? Nope. I have not. This is very as I said in the last stream, I'm trying to grow an audience on here. And I'm going to be doing some pop culture stuff. But doing it in my style, the way that I like to do stuff. I may watch the thing, I may not. I barely have time to watch anything, to be perfectly honest. But no, I haven't. Have you watched it, Sayuri? How is it? My partner's been watching it. She says she's enjoying it. This is all just with one brush as well. Just a reminder that there's nothing fancy going on here, no trickery. No, you need to buy this brush to make this stuff look good. El Buho. I love how Mignola's work translates to 3D, how the forehead creates the shadow of the eyes. I know, it's fantastic. I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm not quite doing it justice here, because this nose has to come up a little bit more, I think. There we go. I haven't watched it, but my boyfriend and I will watch it in the near future. Awesome. See, so this isn't perfect. I'm not trying to be perfect. I'm trying to just understand. Again, thank you all for popping in. This is great just to have some company. Because otherwise I'd just be doing this by myself, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that, but I do appreciate you coming and spending some time with me and listening to my ramblings. Because all this stuff I'm trying to indicate here, we're all going to have to do this on Wednesday eventually and make all these shapes feel like a 3D form, if that makes sense. Damien, just finished it yesterday. Loved it. Oh, awesome. Glad to hear it. Who inspired you? Who are the artists that have inspired you? Lots. Lots and lots and lots. I mean, where do I start, really? Like, JC Leyendecker. Like, there's like categories. There's like the old masters, where you've got like JC Leyendecker. We got the dogs coming. You got Norman Rockwell. You've got John Singer Sargent. You've got who else? Yeah, those types of guys, the old masters. Like the golden age of illustration, those types of guys. You got Max Grecke as well. Like you see some of my references. I absolutely adore his shape language and how he renders stuff. And you'll see a little bit of his work in mine. Jin Kim from Disney, Shion Kim from Disney, TB Choi with her line work. Yeah, all sorts of people, and that's just a small selection. Like I've got a full-on just albums and albums and albums of images of just artists that I admire. That's why I reckon as well, like I think if you save something, like I've got to remind myself to actually go back and, oh, just quickly, look at this, look at this, look at this. This is what I love. So I don't know if someone can help me out and knows what I'm going to say here when I'm talking about this. Someone give me the magic word of what I'm about to demonstrate here. I dare you. I'm out of coffee. What I'm going to demonstrate here, what's going to make this sort of pop and look more realistic and more 3D. It's one of my favorite lighting effects. I'll wait. Benjamin, I think you got that last time as well. Bang on, my friend. Good shit. So, look at this. Why, if this is in shadow, would there be light coming underneath, right? People that have heard me say this all the time, they'll get sick of it, so I do apologize. But not quite rim light, El Buho. Not quite rim light. What is this reflective light? Reflected light. So basically here, all of this is a light source in itself, and that's bouncing back up underneath. So you can see that demonstrated here. Whoa. All right. So this is bouncing back up underneath this plane. So this is why when I'm talking about planes, Damien, that a lot of it does depend on the light source, all right? Because you wouldn't see this under bit if they're like this Adam's apple, if there wasn't any reflected light, right? You wouldn't see any of this on the sphere, so this is all reflected light. If this was in a vacuum, the sphere would look like this. For example, the moon. Like where the Terminator shadow is, you wouldn't see anything, right? If this was just literally in a vacuum and there's no reflected light coming back and there's a light source here, you would see nothing. And now this sounds like I'm on a game show. Come on down. Today we have the special prize of reflected light. Right, so hopefully that makes sense. And this is what I love, because it's just like layers of layers, but you can logically think through these problems. It's not just like, oh, hopefully I'll get this looking three-dimensional. It's like, cool, I can work backwards and really start to understand what the frick is going on. Right, so now we come back and now you can see, okay, this is illuminated for a reason. Hopefully that makes sense. I get bloody excited about this shit. It's good fun. Bounce light is hot. You bet you it is. Benjamin, yeah, that's me. Good stuff, Benjamin. Well done. Great name as well. Fun fact, my name is the Owl in English. Ooh, I'm from Mexico, by the way. Awesome. The owl. That's freaking cool. Do I have any recommendations on where to study light more? Yeah, these sculptures, right? Go on Pinterest and look up these sculptures, right? Just look up 3D renders or 3D sculptures, all in the one sort of material, because this, in reality, these would be different materials, right? So the light would react differently. But just to start off with, hop on Pinterest, look up sculptures, and that algorithm will start to throw you some nice results. And yeah, that is where I would begin. So see, as you start to darken these these shadows, it's all relative. It's all relative. I'm not color picking. I'm not doing any of that shit. It's understanding, my friends. That's where the freedom comes from. Even learning some 3D software, again, diversifying your skill set. It's not just for the sake of, oh, I should learn 3D to learn 3D. Pick up 3D to learn some of this stuff, because you can then start making your own sculpts to then study this. There's nothing better, I think, than sculpting your own stuff and then studying it in 2D, because it's like a double layer of understanding. You sculpted these forms, you know what they're meant to do, so then you can pick up the mistakes and all that good stuff. So yeah. Damien, thank you. My absolute pleasure. Hopefully that helps. Loyalty03, welcome. Just came across your channel. Amazing content. Just wondering if you have any tips on how to correctly draw the pupil. Hold on, I need to see the rest of the message. How to correctly draw the pupil. A lot of times when I draw a face, the pupils throw it off. Okie dokie. Quick aside here. All right, so I know we'll get to Wednesday. I promise you we'll get to Wednesday. Jesus, look at my hair. This is why I wear a cap forward for this explanation. All right, so if you think of the eye, all right, this is how I think of the eyes. Let's say we are going to, hold on. Let's say I was going to take this guy. Let's do it over the top of old mate here. All right, I want to think about the eyes in the sockets. All right, so I'd imagine his eyeballs, if there was like an X-ray, would be sitting in his skull, something like that. Right now, because they're a sphere, excuse me. Because they're a sphere, right, the pupil is basically a cutout in the sphere itself, right? So let's say he's going to be looking this way. All right, so this cutout is also going to react to perspective. All right, if he's looking this way, his pupil is going to be sort of looking that way. If he's looking more this way, it's going to be looking that way. All right, so this is still X-ray mode. Same thing on the other side, right? This is how I try and think about it. They should really mimic each other to a certain degree. There's a little bit of difference on the extremes, but let's say he's looking off a little bit there, right? The same should kind of be true for the other eye. Now, it looks a bit silly at the moment, but if we go and erase this, right, you see how they fit in context, more or less, right? I've got to do a little bit of finagling here. All right, depends on the eye shape and all that fun stuff. But this is how I would sort of keep the pupils sort of intact, if that makes sense, like or like feeling like they're connected. Hope that makes sense. Yeah, it's not perfect, but they're connected. The eyes are spheres, and that's one way to sort of think about it. So it looks like it actually fits in. So the nose would actually cut across here. Hope that makes sense. Loyalty. Nothing like sculpting our own stuff. Preach, sir, preach. Sculpt. Get Blender, it's freaking free. Like, I mean, just go for it. Start exploring, getting really curious. Okay. Anyway, I'm getting a bit carried away here, but no, this is fun. I like doing these little tangents because they're fun. They keep reinforcing ideas for me. All right, so oh no, I was about to read a bloody spam one. Loyalty, thank you. Yes, that made perfect sense. Awesome. I hope that did help. Okay, maybe we'll do one more quick little study. So what have we got here? Let's try and invent our own light source. So let's say something like this. All right, let's try this one. All right, this is going to help me. Actually, it's actually going to speed up my process with. Let's just scale this all the way up. This is going to help my process and speed up the drawing of Wednesday. All right, so Justified Mayhem. I draw mostly 2D, but using 3D reignited my passion for art. Love it. 100%. It is so much fun. And it's not as scary as you think once you get the hang of it. Just like with anything, right? I mean, it's, yeah. It's, because it can be like, oh, polygons and fucking retopology and this and that. And most of that shit you don't, just like most of the stuff in Photoshop I don't use. Same thing as sculpting. All right. Alright, so I'm just blocking in shapes here. This is still warm-up time for people that have just joined. I'm still here. Hello, welcome. Great to have you. So I'm just squinting my eyes, trying to get a feel for where the shadows are going to fall. Matt Andre, hello Matt, welcome. I keep going for my coffee. I've got nothing in it. Oh, that might warrant a break soon. Alright, so look how weird this looks in the beginning. It looks like freaking just nothing. I'm still here. What shapes do you use to help you simplify and build structure for the torso and pelvis? Well, that's going to be a whole new thing. A whole other explanation, which I don't want to get too far off topic with what I'm doing here. But I mean, you could simplify them down into, so what was it? The torso and pelvis. Well, the torso could just be a cylinder and the pelvis could just be like a bucket. Procreate actually has some really good explanations on that. And then once you get familiar with it, you can make your own sort of shortcuts or like simplified shapes that make sense to you, if that makes, I hope that makes sense. But yeah, well, I want to do like an anatomy stream as well, where I'm studying anatomy, you know, sort of, we'll all study at the same time. I want to call it Anata Us, Anata You, Anata Me. That's what don't steal that. I thought that was funny. It might not be funny. I think it's funny. Do you always use simple shapes first? I try to, Damien. I try to. Damien, I was going to ask the same thing. Do you ever outline sketch first, or is it always shadow carving? I do both. I mean, if you look back at my other stream, I started just I did everything in line, but I'm doing these sculpted shapes here and doing more painting because that's what the rest of the stream is going to be. If that makes sense. Anatomy. Oh, it's gonna be fun. That could be it. Anatomy. Yeah, we're gonna have some, the best thing about this is it's never ending. I'm gonna be learning for the rest of forever. So we're gonna have streams for a long time. Anatomy. Yeah. That'll be fun because anatomy is fascinating to me. And I much prefer to not like learn all the names and things like that. Like it's fine, that's cool. Like that just happens by practicing, right? But understanding how to manipulate the forms and simplify them down, and that's just endlessly fascinating to me. Because that just then opens up another world of freedom with creating characters, and then you can create it as stylized as you want because you've got the structure there. Notice how this isn't one-to-one, but it's still getting, it's still like feeling like it's voluminous. How's that for a word? Voluminous. How's this music, hey? It actually reminds me a little bit, like just hints of Grand Theft Auto Vice City. It's encouraging hearing some of your skill levels say you'll always be learning, and to hear your fascination in growing and learning even at this stage. Yeah, for me, like basically that never ends. That feeling of like, oh, I want to learn more, I want to know more. I love learning stuff in general. And I think that's a key to always progress, right? It's never, there's always going to be someone better than you. There's always going to be someone that's learning more, doing more cool stuff, and that's inspiring because it never ends. It's awesome. It's fun. It's not like, oh, I'm not there yet. It's like, cool, okay. What's there? What does that mean? What if you can draw like the person that you look up to? What are you going to do with that? Then you're going to find someone else that draws a little bit different that you start to like, and you're like, oh, I don't draw like them. And it's just never ending, never ends, which is I think's fantastic. But I do distinctly remember once I got to a certain level of proficiency, right, when my fundamentals started to kind of click. Like they're still not perfect, they're never going to be perfect, but there was a point where instead of me, it almost felt like every drawing session, I don't know if any of you can empathize with this, but every drawing session was like a gamble. And it was like, ooh, I hope today's a good drawing session, you know? It was more like a hope rather than a, what can I draw today? Or how can I make this look the way I want it to? It was more so like, oh, I hope it's going to turn out good today. There was a distinct switch when the fundamentals really started to click from, I hope it turns out good, to what do I draw now? Like what, because I can draw a lot of stuff. I can mix it and match it with whatever I want. And that is the best, it's a pretty cool feeling. And that's where like, it also is an inspiration for me sharing stuff to get, just to share where I'm at that point in time and see if I can get people to like, yeah, get to that point of, well, what can I draw? What's the possibilities versus, well, I hope I don't have a shit drawing day. The music is getting dangerously Kenny G. Eloise, here's the thing. When I was 11, I stayed in the hospital for about 3 months, and they were so generous with me. They gave me old Bob Ross videotapes, and I draw with Blitz. And when it came time for me to get out, they filed the front desk and all the walls in the floor with paintings. Oh, that's beautiful. That's awesome. So now I'm just thinking about the planes. Where would they, like the lights up here, it's a somewhat soft light, and I can tell that because of the hardness of the shadows, right? The shadows are fairly soft. It's not like a harsh drop shadows. So I can take that into account with the light side, and how the transitions will just be that little bit smoother. And then we just continue to carve. I could just do this for freaking ever. I love this because when it starts to come together, it's like, oh, it's a 3D. It's looking 3D. I'm so excited for the Anatomy We Us series. Me too. It'll be good fun. Olivier, man, didn't even know you had a YouTube. It's only very recently, my friend. So welcome. So again, for those that are just popping in, we're still doing warm-ups. We're warming up. I've been warming up for, I don't know, probably an hour now. So a little over an hour. I don't want to rush the warm-ups. I tend to rush the warm-ups and then I get in trouble later on, so. Just get in the zone. Carve these shapes. Damien, sorry if this is a hard question, but how do you fuse reference and drawing from imagination together? I tend to just do one or the other. Well, that's what I was talking about before with like understanding a lot of the fundamentals, right? Understanding the light, even how we're talking about the planes. See how this isn't one-to-one with this, right? This could be a real person's face and I'll do something similar. It's all about, at least for me, when I say it's all about, take everything that I say just coming from my experience. It's not right, it's not wrong. It's just how I sort of tackle it. It's about understanding. Once you can understand what's going on in the image or the reference, let's say, then you're good to go. It's freedom. You can then manipulate it, tweak it, change it however you want. You could even take the structure of one piece of reference and throw a light from another piece of reference onto it because you've got understanding of the planes. So if I wanted to say add an underlight here, right? There's no underlight on this. But then I could say, okay, now there is. All right, you can start to say, okay, there's a plane here, plane here. It will take a little bit of finessing, but just as a quick example, if there's like just a strong sort of underlight going on. All right, so I would finesse this and make it sort of feel more realistic and blah, blah, blah. But I mean, this would all illuminate underneath here. But that's what I'm talking about when it's like understanding. Understanding everything is the key. Well, I mean, it's not the key. I hate it when, yeah, there's no like one thing that's going to help with everything, but it's helped me a lot to understand what's going on. Why are things happening? Why can I just make this a simplified shape here when this is all carvy and curvy and that kind of stuff, but it still reads as a three-dimensional object. It comes down to, again, just these simple spheres and cubes. All right, I mean, this sphere here isn't reading at the moment because it doesn't have the bounce light, which is annoying. Then you've got the bounce light underneath here, and bada bing, bada boom. Then we've got the sphere, the sphere coming back. So without hair, he's giving Jean-Luc Picard vibes. Make it so, number one. Oh, that's great. Or we could even throw a mullet on him. Mullet time. Just go. See, this is then freedom. It's like you don't have to copy the reference. Now we've got this guy. He's got like this full-on like flowy mullet. It's bloody freedom, baby. to do whatever the frick we want. My mind is blown, thanks. I'm glad. I'm glad. It's nothing new that I'm saying here. It's just sort of what I've found that helped me. I mean, then we could come through with the old soft round brush, this very technical brush. That's sarcasm, in case that didn't register. And then just soften out some of these forms and these transitions to make it even more quote unquote realistic. So literally just a hard elliptical brush, or it could have been a round brush. Doesn't really matter. And then a soft round. And that's it. Which is why I have it, like, I find it funny. Because like people, like, you don't know what you don't know, right? But like there's so much weight to what brushes you use. Yeah, brushes can make things look certain ways, but without understanding the fundamentals, they're not going to do shit for you. Now he's starting to look like Jean-Luc Piccaneri. I've got no idea who that is, but I'm liking the way he's looking at the moment. All right, let's wrap him up. Let's throw the bit of the facial hair, or an indication of the facial hair in there. Darken down some of these values in the shadows. See how it's just, it went from just really like nothing shapes to something that looks like something. We can even add a little bit more shine on his forehead. So you have the specular highlights. Let's knock this back a bit. Go bum bum bum. And the specular on here. This will catch a little bit of that specular in there as well. The lip a little bit. In the ear. Maybe not as much. Yeah, cool. Alright. Warm up. He's definitely got the potion you need for a side quest. I love it. I love it. Cool. All right, so let's get cracking. So that was some fun little warm-ups. Let's get cracking with Wednesday. So this is where we're at. I haven't looked at this for a few days, so I'm coming at it kind of with fresh-ish eyes. Now, what I'm going to do, duplicate this, because we're going to be doing a little bit of surgery. We're going to be doing some cutting. We're going to be doing some moving stuff about, because I can see some glaring issues. I am going to first separate the thing. Is it the thing or thing? I've got no clue. But the hand, I'm just going to separate that. I'm going to redo the hand because I'm not happy with how it's looking. I'm going to cut and paste. Now I'm going to get this feeling correct with the light source. All right, there's going to be a lot of cleanup in here. Okay, all on the face. The hair needs to be sculpted out more. It's very loose and rough and like digitally looking at the moment. But what I want to do is have a good base to throw that hand on, which I didn't so much have when I started out. So probably should have used double N. I meant like Jean-Luc Picard and Sean Connery. Oliver, getting my pens out. My Huion is unplugged. Damn. I read that very differently. Just at a glance, I was like, are you being a silly bugger? I'm still here. You're awesome. You're awesome. That's very kind of you. All right, so let's get this feeling just like we did with our warm-ups, like a three-dimensional object. Then we can lay the hand over the top, and we'll redo it and make it look like it's going to fit. I actually want to make it a little bit smaller as well. All right, so something like that feels a little bit better, I think. So we'll take into account where the light source is. And how it's all working. This has been awesome. Thanks for sharing. My absolute pleasure, Matt. My absolute pleasure. Thanks for popping in. See how I'm thinking about the direction that her chest is in and how that would relate to the blazer and her arm. All right, so this blazer would actually curve around. It might even be facing towards us a little bit more, so there might be even less of a curve there. Sam, my friend, I haven't forgotten your DMs. I haven't forgotten anyone's DMs if you've DM'd me. I've just been a little bit preoccupied the last few days, so I'll be getting back to them as soon as possible. Looking good, mate. Thank you. I appreciate it. so we've also got to think about this hair. So this hair is a little bit of a mess at the moment. So I might just block in the simple shape of something like what the hair might look like. And it's even good because I mean last stream was 8 hours, which I didn't even realize. But that's probably how long I would usually like work for. So I doubt this stream's going to go for that long, but you never know. But I actually want to show a little bit of the head, like it's sort of a cut off kind of thing, just to show a bit of depth. I think that could be cool. So we're following this logic down here, following that up. Okay, so let's think about this light source, shall we? So I've got the light source sort of coming in from the left here. So if we use that logic, let's just start carving in some lighter values. Again, it's thinking even about this. These are planes. All of these are planes. Like a lot of talk is around the planes of the face and the body and this and that, but everything can be kind of broken down into planes. Right? All right, so it's coming sort of from the left, moving sort of coming across this way. Give the old flip. Do a little bit of occlusion. Yeah, look, this music isn't giving me the vibes I'm after. So let's just quickly change that. I've got no idea how this UI works yet. Here we go. Let's try this. Yeah, that's going back in space. Like we want to make it feel like this cylinder is going back and kind of curving around like that. Same as the ear. The ear's got to make sense in perspective as well. sketching while my wife is resting. I've been glued to your RG sketch notes and using it as inspo. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, use them, man. Use the sketch notes as much as possible. Go for it. See how even just with this little change, it's sort of starting to bring everything into the realm of reality. Like it's starting to feel a little bit more realistic. Alright, we've got to do some stuff with the hair maybe in a little bit, but I love seeing how much you've explored and pushed shapes since your first Waterboy post. Yeah, the confidence that you found in those shapes is awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I remember doing that. I was like, oh, that was kind of one of the first explorations into sort of stylization. A lot of that stuff was very like caricature-y, if that makes sense. Has that like sort of caricature-y sort of feel. But yeah, that's a good thing to check out. Go back through my old posts to see where I was at like a year and a half ago. Jay, welcome my friend. What's up? How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. I'm doing good. Hope you're doing good, man. Great to have you back. Just cleaning up some of these shapes here. Alright, we'll do just like we did with the warm-up. We'll sort of smooth out some of these transitions, which can make it a little bit clearer for us to sort of carve into. Yeah, I'm just trying to put a bit of variation into the clothing because it's going to be like a school shirt sort of deal, so it's going to have different kinds of folds and whatnot. Damien, where could I buy a good Asaro head? I see a lot of different varieties. I think you just go to like asarohead.com or something. There's like the legitimate one, which is like like if you Google Asaro head, it should show up. I'd honestly not even worry about buying it to begin with. Just look up some 3D models and start studying. No problemo, Damien. S Stokes Creative started a 3D sculpt board. Fantastic. Fan-bloody-tastic. Now this hair, even though it's like black hair, it's going to be affected by the light. So I might just throw in some indication of the light source, just lighting it up a little bit, because it's really just a bunch of spheres, right? Or just one big long wiggly sort of sphere. So you're just throwing in that softer shadow that would be cast. Okay, feeling better than it was. So where was the old one? Old, new. Things have, we're just cleaning stuff up a lot. I think this still looks a little bit airbrushy for my liking, which is fine. We can always clean it up later. I think this shoulder comes down a tad, and then this, yeah. And then we have this occlusion shadow, which would be coming in contact when the hair's contacting the material. So there's going to be a little bit of contact shadows there. Doesn't look great just yet, but we'll get there. Don't you worry. Okay, don't want to noodle, don't want to noodle. That's not what we're here for. We're here for clarity. Annie, welcome. Nice to catch you live. Really love how you lean into the brush strokes and create strong intentional shapes. Almost a bit of line decker flair. Well, that is one of my big inspirations. So that is a very big compliment. Thank you, Annie. Welcome, great to have you. Pop in. Let's try and clean up these shapes of the hair. So that would, now the hair's still in perspective, right? So it's gonna come down. Maybe we do something like that, because I know she's got like little twiddly bits sort of coming down. Just to break the silhouette a bit, could be cool. Evander, hey Ben, this piece is coming up great. So glad I caught you live, even though it's super late here in Brazil. Welcome, my friend, and I appreciate you staying up late. But don't forget to get some sleep. This is going to be recorded, so don't stress out. But I appreciate you having you here. It's art by Jay. Lately I've had no motivation at all to draw, but watching you live and drawing at the same time is good motivation. Feels like I'm just hanging out drawing with you. You are, and that's fantastic. Look, I get into those slumps as well. I'm like, I just can't. I don't know. It just doesn't. I just don't feel like it. All right, but sometimes, yeah, I'll throw on YouTube. I'll throw on a tutorial or a course, and I'll see something and I'm like, oh, I could try that. And then it just sort of goes off from there. That usually gets me out of the slump and gets me motivated. I try not to rely on motivation too much. It's pretty unpredictable. Just build the habit. See, I was looking pretty flat before. Now we're starting to bring some volume, particularly up in the front, because these are all wrapping around like that, like all the way around the front of the face, or front of the forehead, sorry. So that I think we can merge together. Maul or Maul, hello, hello, welcome. Peter Griffinson is the ref below for form study. That was actually something that I did as a warm-up here earlier, so that's actually just a follow-on. So I actually might want to reference this one even more so, because this is what I had in mind. So there's a lot of cleanup to do here and a lot to sort of make the forms read a lot clearer. Nice, thank you. No worries, Peter Griffinson. I went for a while, and when I came back, I noticed a big difference in the drawing, but I don't know what it is. Can someone tell me? So there's no thing on the on her shoulder, and I'm starting to clean up some shapes. So not huge changes yet, but it's building the foundation of a more clear rendering, I guess you could say. I'm staying zoomed out. I'm trying not to zoom in. Peter Griffinson. Thought on AI artist. I've already done that this stream. I've already gone through all that. You have to look back in the first 20 minutes, I believe. I had my thoughts on it. So that might be a stream all on its own. Now with this, like with the hair, it feels like it's okay to do that, but really what it's wrapping around the head. So it should come back around here and only see a little bit of that sort of wispy bit, if that makes sense. Yeah, this is it. There is no hand, bro. Oh my god, I was going crazy. Yeah. No, the hand will go back in though. We will work on the hand. We will redo the hand. Sounded like bloody Liam Neeson there. Annie, wish all artists didn't have to be concerned with AI now, as we have to be. Heavy focus on popular digital artists who rely on sharing their art online like you. Heavy focus on popular. Yeah. What are your thoughts on starting a painting with black and white, value tones versus warm, cool colors? Yeah, so Annie, I talked a lot about the AI art stuff and where my head's at with it a little bit earlier in the stream, which might give you a bit of perspective on where I'm at. And what I would recommend to bolster against the the fear of lost jobs and all that sort of stuff that you might find interesting. Or not. It's just me blabbering on about it. So, but it's around like the 20 minute or so mark. Or a little bit before that. I think it was one of the first questions you should be able to see in the chat a little bit further, a little bit earlier. Damien, what are your thoughts on starting a painting with black and white value tones versus warm, cool colors? Don't really have too much thought on either or. They can get to the same result eventually, if you know what I mean. There's nothing wrong with either way of it, either way of working. With this one I started with black and white because it's a technique I've enjoyed recently sort of picking up. But experiment with all different ways. Like sometimes I'll do flat colors, like actual flat local colors. Other times I'll do black and white. Other times I'll just jump straight into color and just start painting. Annie Reeves, definitely going to go back and listen to that bit. Thank you. Yeah, my pleasure. Yeah, let me know what you think. It'll be interesting. So yesterday I'm in Costco and there's this guy in the aisle next to me who has the coolest nose I've ever seen. I was just secretly admiring all the shapes and the forms and wishing I could freeze time and paint it. Take a sneaky photo. Well, I don't know if I should suggest that really, but I've not done much of that. It's people sketching just out in the wild. I know a lot of artists do that. It could be a fun little exercise. Annie Reeves, what did you most enjoy in the Wednesday series? I think the monster design and exaggerated textures shapes would be up your alley. Annie, I hate to break it to you, I've not seen it yet. I've not watched it. As I've said, I'm very transparent with it. I'm looking to grow a little bit on this platform, and this is kind of popular right now, and it seemed like a fun thing to draw anyway. So that's the unfortunate truth, but did you enjoy it? I got to draw what's popular. Definitely understand it. Yeah, look, it's a part of. It is a strategy, right? But I've also got to enjoy it though. Like, that's also another consideration. And I'm very much enjoying this. So it ticks all the boxes. Hard to make content that gets pushed to the masses / suggestion pages if it isn't the latest trending or riveting series. Yeah, look, I think, I don't know, I've got a lot of thoughts on content creation. And I don't know if that is going to bore anyone here. But basically, there's different kinds of content that I feel that you can utilize. There's the more let's get more reach kind of content, which is somewhat like this. Like when I post this to Instagram, that's what I'd expect. More reach. Or what I'd be aiming for. Then you've got the content that's more you, right? That the people that follow you like about your particular style. So it's almost like a gateway, like try and get as many people in with the more popular stuff, and then you can kind of expose them to your way of thinking, your unique voice, the way you like to share stuff. And then you've got, that kind of content that dives a little bit deeper, like say my sketch notes, for example, on Instagram. That sort of stuff. It's almost like get people in to even know that I exist, and then hopefully they enjoy the other stuff. So it's kind of a necessary evil, but if you can combine the two, like I'm doing here, like I'll do with my sketch notes, like I'll do a sketch note with Wednesday, I think. If you can combine the two, then it's kind of like a win-win. You hopefully get out to the masses, or a higher chance of getting out to the masses, and you're able to give value at the same time. At least from my perspective of sort of sharing what I'm learning and that sort of stuff. But yeah, I can talk for forever on this stuff. It's fascinating. It's like a game to me, in a way. It's like, okay, let's learn this game and get bloody good at the game of content. And enjoy it along the way as well. I follow a lot of mixed art stuff, but have been consistently getting reels from artists drawing Wednesday. Your content is super, super high quality. Thank you. The sketch notes you publish are fascinating. That's awesome to hear. That's very cool, because yeah, it's always nice to get feedback, because I don't focus so much on the likes like I used to, and I think that was a mistake, to like gauge how well something went. Nowadays I focus more on the saves, like behind the scenes in my analytics. Like if I can see that people are saving it, then I know that it's of value, which is really my high level goal of everything, is to be as useful as possible with the content that I put out. All right, let's start cleaning up some of these shapes. Stokes Creative, lol, then you must love me. I'm pretty sure I autosave everything. That's awesome. Yeah, well look, it's just an indication, because there's only so much analytics that you can see, right? So, and if my key metric is, I hope this is as useful as possible. One of the key metrics is the saves. Less so the likes. Likes are very easy to like do if you think about yourself. You just like tap, tap, done, tap, tap, next. But if you think it's useful, at least for myself, it's like, cool, I'm going to save this for later. So it's just a good, and the comments and things like that sort of give me a more qualitative look at the data, or like it gives me some more qualitative data, if that makes sense. A game everyone's playing for sure. I'm sure when you do post this drawing, you'll get an influx of followers who will be intrigued by your style and stick around long term. I hope so. I mean, that's the goal. If we're talking about a pure business standpoint, yeah, that would be the goal. Can you see the save link thing? Yeah, I get insights into how many saves. I don't get insights into who saves, but I get insights into how many saves a post gets. And then I look almost for the ratio between the reach, the likes, and the saves. So if I get, say, like a 3-to-1 like to save ratio, I'd say that's a successful post. Somewhere around that. 4-to-1, 3-to-1, it's like, okay, cool. Of the people that like the post, a third of them saved it. So I'm like, sick, good. So at least a large portion of people found it useful. Because it's even the point of like looking at followers. I always say this. It's like having a lot of followers. I'm by no means have quote unquote a lot of followers comparatively to some of the industry greats on social media, but even the number of followers, it's kind of like being rich in Monopoly. It's like I'm super grateful. Please don't take it like don't take that the wrong way, but it's like there's a lot of hype around the number of followers, but what I'm focusing on is how much value I can bring. You know what I mean? The numbers, ideally, yeah, the numbers will come if you're giving value, in my opinion. Peter, can you see who saved it? Also, I can't see who saved it. Yeah, I just answered your first question. Yeah, I answered it again then. Also, who influenced your style? A lot of people influenced my style. I mean, this guy, Max Grecke, he's fantastic. Absolutely love his work. JC Leyendecker, Norman Rockwell, like a lot of the old masters. They influenced me a great deal. Yeah, I'll have my blog out soon as well, so I might do a sneak peek at the end of this this stream to show you the sneak peek of the blog I'm going to be launching very soon, and that's where I'll sort of share a lot of that stuff in depth, which will be fun. Can't wait to get that out. It's been a long time coming. Tell you what. Absolutely agreed. Is art your full time? If that's not too personal, no, not too personal at all. It wasn't up until very recently. So basically, I'm making all of my income at this very moment from the Gumroad tutorial that I launched a couple of months ago, which I was fortunate enough to sort of get a good get good feedback from, and get some happy customers from that. So that's sort of paying the bills at the moment. But yeah, I've got I'm doing a whole write-up because I want to share. So I've got my podcast, Make Now Think Later, which talks about all the content side of stuff and all my thoughts with with my good friend Francis. He's building a following on Twitter in the tech side of things, and we sort of go into detail with all this sort of stuff. But I've written a blog post about the whole process of creating my first product, what it was like, what my thoughts were when beginning, middle, and end, how it's gone so far, all that sort of stuff. So I really enjoy just like building in the open, like building stuff and just sharing the process. Like it's a fun art, I guess you could say, in itself, because it makes you really think about things and like why you made certain decisions, and it's just cool just to document some of this stuff for other people if they're going through a similar process. But yeah, I've also got some workshops that I'm doing here and there, so some contract work on the side as well. So like art workshops where companies will hire me to come in and teach. And this has only happened literally since I've started posting on Instagram about 1.5 years ago. So yeah, this is why I'm really like bullish on people being able to build their own followings, because it opens up more opportunities than just a following. It gets you to reach out to, like, gets you out to potential employers. Like I've had some like sort of stuff that I wouldn't have ever expected, people that I'm talking to that I never would have expected if I had never just posted that first post and just sort of kept the momentum going. But yeah, as you can tell, I can talk about the content side of things because it's as I said, it's a game. It's a really fun game, and now it's turned into an income stream, which is pretty cool, which I'd love to see more artists doing. Not like from the teaching necessarily, that might not be your thing, but like selling your own stories, books, IP, that sort of stuff is very, very doable. I'm living proof of that. So Peter, thanks a ton for answering these questions. No worries at all. Harish, can you link the blog post? So the blog's not ready yet, so I will link it everywhere when it is ready. Olivier, Max G is very prolific. I know, he's a legend. I love his work. Annie Reeves, being able to teach someone skills reflects heavily on the depth of your understanding. There is a beauty to organization of sketch and blog posts for sure, 100%. And there's something called the Feynman technique, which I really resonate with, which is if you can teach or explain something to someone, then it shows that you have a good understanding of the topic, and it also poke a lot of holes in your understanding. So it's sort of, this is why I say like this helps me out a lot, just sharing the process, and because it forces me to really think about what I'm doing, what I'm saying, why I'm doing the things that I'm doing, if that makes sense. Okay, so let's think about this for a second. We've got, whoop, this is the phone call I talked about, guys. So we'll pause right here, and I will be back momentarily. We back, baby. Apologies. I am back. Sorry, I just had to take that call and didn't have time to write. Be right back. So, but I am right back. And let us continue. Okay, so where are we going with this? We got to look at the planes. Sam, dude, I'm so keen to chat all about that side of things with you. Excuse me. So passionate about it. Also keen to do whatever I can to help you sharing your knowledge with us. Appreciate you, Sam. Definitely. It's just this last week had some shit go on personally, but it's all getting better, and we'll get that meeting together for sure. Peter Griffin, do you use Procreate? I have used Procreate, and I do use Procreate. I spam Ben with kindness when he gets back. Oh, you beautiful people. Thank you very much. Love his vibe on stream. Whereas Mr. Ben, I'm here. Phone call. Awesome. Yeah. All right. Any of you guys want to be art buds? I'm new to this whole socializing thing. Well, Damien, I've got a Discord that people have started to actually post some of their work in. So feel free to join that one and sort of start meeting some new people. As will I. I'm going to be more active in the Discord for sure. Okay. Now I'm in noodle danger zone right now, okay? Noodle danger zone, so I don't... Don't want to be noodling in the danger zone. That could be misconstrued to, yeah, let's say, okay, let's not, this is a family friendly stream. Okay, so let's think about this light source a little bit more. This is what I really want to get clear. So this light source is around about here. Let's see if we can do a sphere test. So I learned this one from Sam Nielsen. The sphere test. So this is something that I should use more often. So let's say we've got a sphere, a gray sphere here, right? So let's think about how we've got this light source going. What indications do we have about the shadows, right? So there's some drop shadow here, down in this angle. So let's just throw in that hard terminator line, right? Okay, so this is just trying to really think through where this light source is going, all right? So let's Now I might not want it super, like a super harsh light source, right? But this sphere is, this sphere test is going to help out a lot. And shout out to Mr. Sam Nielsen. He's got a phenomenal course on light at Schoolism. It is very dense, like it's very physicsy sort of. But I love that. I love going deep in that sort of stuff. So it was very, very helpful. But hopefully I can clear some of this stuff up myself as well and put it through my lens. Okay, so just imagining that this sphere is sitting in the same scene. Taylor, what happened to the thing? It's coming back. Don't you stress, Taylor. It's coming back. Don't worry. I just wanted to understand the underlying form, and I wanted to redo the hand. So that's the plan for today. How long have I been going for? Shit, 3 hours already. Okay. Well, this could be a long one. Okay. All right, so I want to get pretty accurate with this sphere test, right? Because I'm going to use this on all the forms. Taylor, it's looking amazing so far. Thank you, Taylor. You've made me realize that a good piece of art takes time and that social media likes to make it look like it only takes minutes. I'm guilty of that myself because I post the time lapses and the max I can post is a minute. So my apologies, because it messes with my head as well. It messes with my head and it makes me think that I need to get it done fast and quick, and why isn't this looking right yet, and blah blah blah, when in reality it takes time, and if it's not right, it's not right, and we've just got to fix it. There's no award for, we're not doing speed painting competitions. This is not a competition. My competition is with myself and how happy I am with the final result. And if that takes a couple of days, so be it. And it's something I had to get over as well. So I feel you, Taylor. Okay, so with this logic here, right, I might even turn it around that way. So this is the overall key light that I want for the painting. So what I can do is I can estimate. So I've kind of let us add in these eyebrows again, because they gave a lot of attitude. But let's say, okay, I want to understand where this plane, how would that be? Like how light is that going to be? How dark is that going to be? We can actually map, assuming this is the same local color, but it's just going to give me a guide, because the hair is going to be darker than this, like if this was the hair material. But if we're looking at this plane here, we can kind of map that to this sphere, right? It'll be about here, maybe along here, okay? So we can just say, okay, I'm happy with where that is at the moment. But let's say, what about this? This sort of eye, under of the eyelid is going to be at a slightly different angle than this plane. All right, so it's facing more towards this way. All right, so this is going to be slightly lighter actually than this plane. And this is how we start. I mean, you can just eyeball this stuff for sure, but I thought I'd show you another way of thinking about things, or another way to check your working out, right? Even this, what direction is this? Is this going to be down here? Okay, so it might be quite a bit darker. So you can correlate a lot of this. And then say this cheek is going to be like this kind of plane up there. So it's going to be a little bit lighter. So then this is going to be darker. Let's make this a little bit more opaque. So this is going to be darker. Remove the smoothing. This is going to be darker, all right? Slightly darker. And this is going to be lighter. And this is where it starts to really sculpt and feel like a solid thing. When you're getting these relationships correct, right, and have it make logical sense, where everything's getting lit by the same light source, this is where it can really start to come to life. Now it needs a little bit of finagling and a little bit of work, but we can start to see slowly that even this is going to be a little bit of a different value. We start to sculpt, and then this will go into shadow because it's on the other side of the eye. And this might be in shadow even more. And then this, so this plane is going to be at a steeper angle than this plane, right? But this plane might just be a tad bit darker. It's not going to be as dark as in here, but it's still going to be dark enough to show that it's a different plane. It's a different part of the face, if that makes sense. I hope that's making sense. I think you just gave me an epiphany. I hope so. I hope so, because I love those aha moments. That whole sphere test was just like, oh, mwah, 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 mwah. I was just like, give me a tablet right now. I want to test it out. And now, with that same logic, right, we can slowly curve this around, make this transition a little bit smoother, right? Oh, please stop, dogs. Always on stream. They're angels most of the time. I mean, maybe angels is it's a bit of a strong word. All right, so let's take a look at here. So the side of this plane, it might not actually be that dark that I've got it here, if I'm thinking of it in relation to this plane up here. So I might even just lighten it up just a tad. It's all relative. So this sphere, probably, if I just go black and white, it's actually pretty close in the local value, right? So if I take this and put it there, in reality, this is actually quite a lot lighter than what I've got here, right? So this might even be the better value. And then this will, as the light falls off, this gets a bit darker. Right now it's starting to feel a little bit more realistic. From where it was, it's getting a little bit more structure. It's a little bit less like muddy. And we can start to really start carving. And once we've got these planes, we can then smooth them out again. We can smooth them out to our heart's content. Just, there we go, there's a real smooth transition there. But then we'd have to, if this plane is something similar to maybe somewhere in between there, this would actually be lighter up here. So it's all just going back and forth, seeing what logically makes sense. There's an answer in here somewhere. The correct answer is already, the way I see it, the correct answer is already on the canvas. It's already here somewhere. You just got to find it. And this is where we can find like the highlight. So if this angle here, this would actually have quite a bit of a highlight on the cheek. Right, might even have this being brighter up here and then slowly gradating down. I think that's right. But see that gradient gives it a little bit more realism, and then you can throw in that subsurface scattering of where the hair would cast the shadow as well. So I'm having a bloody blast with this now. Starting to come together. And even stuff like this, right? This hair, this would actually catch a little bit of that light. So we've got to take that into account when we're doing the rendering of the hair as well. You know what I mean? So lots to do, but we're making progress. All thanks to this tiny little sphere. Annie, jot an approx of how long it took you on a piece in the description. Maybe comic artists, animators, and storyboard artists are pretty fast, but in reality, most of us take it slow. Yeah, because I don't have a deadline with this. It's kind of, I'm indulging myself of just exploring and going a little bit deeper and a little bit deeper. But yeah, that's a good idea just to show in the description. I mean, to get it to this point, or like at the pre-stream point, or where we started, it took 8 hours, including warm-ups, if that makes sense. Learn from Marco Bucci that there's always a highlight where there's a sharp plane change, if it's in light, obviously. Well, that's funny, not even necessarily if it's only in light, because you can have specular highlights in shadow as well. So say, for example, we have this sphere. All right, let's duplicate the sphere. See, throwing me off into tangents, but I love this shit, so it's fine. Let's make it so it's a bit darker. And let's make it so it's kind of like a white ball, let's say, that's in daylight, like a diffused daylight setting, let's say. So it's going to be bluish. There's still going to be some sort of a highlight potentially depending on the light source here. That's all to do with the material, right? If this is like, if we have a do we do blender time? Give me emojis. I need at least 10 emojis for, no, let's say 5 emojis from 5 different people if you want me to crack open Blender to explain the to demonstrate the specular highlight. Until then, I will continue on. But basically there can be highlights in the shadows. But Blender does a really good job of explaining that. So then if we mask this off, it's not going to be as strong, right? But it's still, there will still be a highlight somewhere. And if there's a light over here, that's going to reflect off, and it's not going to reflect off of here. So yeah, it's a bit, without going off into a lot of tangents and taking some time to render the thing. But yeah, if you guys want me to crack open Blender, let me know. I'm more than happy to do that. But let's continue on. But yes, Marco Bucci is 100% right with what you're saying with the highlights in the corner. These kind of emojis, any kind of emojis. I just need some, I just don't want to take it away from the focus, I guess, of working on Wednesday. All right, see how this is feeling more cylindrical now? Because there's a bit of a gradient here as well. So this is a little bit lighter than here because of the light source coming down at this angle. There will even be a shine, let's say there, potentially here, or actually probably along here. Depends how shiny we want to make everything. And then in here, so we need some finessing on it. It could make her eye look a little bit like she's been punched in the face, so we can lighten this up just a tad. Because this is going to be a reflection of the light source, so this mightn't be as dark up in here. Did I use the layer mode to add the reddish color to her nose? I did. I believe it was maybe multiply or overlay, I think. Damien, I'm starting to see the light source creating planes. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Annie, as art should be. Hate deadlines and the rushing with work, including warm-ups, very important when drawing. 8 hours is amazing with your level of clean rendering. It should be expected. I appreciate it, Annie. I thought it was a little bit long. But, I mean, yeah, as I said, I'm very indulgent with this sort of stuff. And I'm lucky enough to be able to spend more time because it's going to social media and it's I'm trying to build a bit of a YouTube kind of audience. I want it to be to a certain level and there's no external pressure except for my internal pressure to finish it on a certain deadline. Let's bring this shadow down a little bit. Let's make it more interesting. Yeah, that's cool. So that can actually give us a little bit of a more description of I think it's a filtrum. See, I don't even know all the names of stuff. Doesn't matter. The dent in the top lip. It's just a shape. All right, so this eyeball as well, because if we're thinking about this as a 3D shape, this is gonna have shadow, maybe not that much shadow. Maybe this is also where you can have artistic license, right? So you can decide to have shadow here if you want, or if you want the eyes to pop a little bit more and be less occluded by the shadow, you can do that as well. This is all just on one layer as well. I'm not doing any layer mode yet. That'll come when I want to sort of add a bit of a color variation, if you know what I mean. Oh my Gaudry. I'm learning so much. I've done traditional painting for years, but having that sphere beside her as reference for your value range is a trick I've never thought of before. Thank you for the new tool. No worries at all. I got that from Sam Nielsen. So you can thank Sam Nielsen and go check out his work and his courses and all that sort of stuff. He's phenomenal. But I'm glad that it sort of gave you a bit of a different way to think of things, because that was a big aha moment for me, was that you can really systematize this whole rendering process, and there's a logic to everything. It's not just like, oh, highlights should go here, they should go there. It's like, well, this is kind of exactly where they should go if you're following the same logic of the light source and blah blah blah. You know what I'm talking about. See, now there's going to be a plane change here with a sort of lip area. Alright, so this is going to be a hard, well, it doesn't have to be hard, but I'm going to make it a harder sort of transition, let's say. Who needs to jump to apply pressure when you can simply make your own pressure? That's exactly right. That's my motto. I don't need anyone else to bloody tell me that I'm not doing good enough. I do that on the daily. Also, speaking of the 3D stuff, I had a Shane Olsen over on ZBrush's YouTube channel start sculpting one of my sketches from Instagram. It was like the monk fella, if you want to go check that out from a 3D perspective. I think he did that yesterday, so he's sort of working through that. It was really cool looking. It's cool to see how he sort of picked apart my thought process and sort of put his own spin on it. Yeah, it was really cool. Taylor, how can you personally tell when you're finished with a piece? Is there a mental process you go through to check your work for accuracy before it being finished? Yeah, a lot of this stuff, like a lot of trying to think about the logic of everything. Does everything make sense? Is there anything that doesn't make sense? And also there comes a point where I'll let certain things slide, like if I'm just over it, you know? If I'm just over the piece, then it's just like, ugh, yeah, that's fine. That'll do. Particularly because it's just going on my page. It's not for a client. It's just like, yeah, whatever. Some things you just sort of gotta let slide at some point, and it really depends on how tight you want to take the rendering as well. So that's why this is so important, understanding the logic of why certain things are happening, so you can check that and you can go back and forth and say, does this look right? Even squinting your eyes, right? Is there anything that stands out that just shouldn't? Like, I mean, maybe this eyeball is too light for where it would actually be. That actually sits a little bit better for me versus being so light. That makes a little bit more sense maybe. So it's that sort of stuff, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. But also it's kind of a feel thing as well. And like how detailed you want to go with it. I like the black you added for the side of the eye, made the eyes pop more. Yes, that's kind of like a mascara, I guess you could say. Instead of just having a top eyelash, it's just like a stylized indication. So then we've got to do that on the other side as well. In perspective. All right, now if we look at the other eye, what is different to this eye than this side? Well, this eye doesn't really have a clear lid underneath it, so let's fix that. But we've got to think that it's also curved. If the head is a sphere, it's curving away from the light source, so it's not going to be maybe as bright as, say, this plane here. It might be, but I think it would actually be a little bit less. Like if we're coming over here. And there's a lot of fiddling about with this as well. What feels right, what doesn't. Sam Nielsen again says if it looks right, it's right. So I will say if it's good for Sam, it's good enough for me. We'll take into account the hair, the shadow that it's going to cast. Then let's think about this sort of cylinder of the nose. How would that angle be? I think that's about right. Annie, have you found you struggle much with self-deprivation as an artist? Has an increase in popularity affected your mood positively or added more pressure? These are fantastic questions, Annie, I must say. Yeah, it's interesting. It is a very interesting dynamic that you have with yourself, right? To put some of this in perspective, probably about 1.5 years ago, let's say, I was just doing this by myself, right? I wasn't really sharing anything, but then I started to share stuff with not much, like, quote unquote success, right? Then I started to get maybe like 50 likes on a post. And when I got 50 likes on my first post, poor, hell yeah, this is sick. Just like ready to go out for some beers with the boys and be like, hell yeah, this is great. Then you start to get used to that, just like with anything in life. And you're like, okay. Then you get 100 likes and you're like, ooh, 100 likes. Shit hot. Right? Being silly, but you know what I mean? Like it's, and then that becomes normal. Then you get 1,000 likes. Then you start becoming sort of used to the fact that you're getting a certain number of likes. And if the algorithm changes and you don't get that, then I started to see my mood be affected. Right? That's why I don't like worrying about the likes, because that like I appreciate them. It's fantastic. It's somewhat of a good indication, but I kind of needed to divorce myself from those types of numbers because it was affecting my mood. Even the follower count, because I lose, let's say, anyway, I'd have to look at the numbers because I haven't looked at them because it doesn't really matter anymore to me. But I lose, let's say, 1,000 to 2,000 followers a week or something like that. So that freaked me out because I didn't know that was like a normal thing. When I first started, I was like, oh, what am I doing wrong? People aren't liking the thing. Probably a lot of them are bots. But also, I don't necessarily want people hanging around if they don't want to be there. So I see that that was a transitional thought process as well. But yeah, it did at a certain stage sort of start to really stress me out. And then I was like, oh, I've got to post every day. I've got to keep the engagement up. I've got to keep this and that and this and that. But then when I started to switch my thought process to, okay, what are the key things that I want to get out of this? I like financial freedom. Yeah, that's one. That does need to see some growth. But also I want to have fun with it. That's another big one. And I want to be as helpful as possible, like I've talked about earlier. So what metrics can I look at that indicate all those, that can indicate all those things? And the saves is where I started to feel like I have a bit more control over. Because if I think about my younger self, and then like how, would my younger self like this? My younger self being like 2 years ago, not when I was like 6 or 12 or whatever. Like, would this be really useful? And really trying to look objectively at the posts that I put out. That's what I gauged my success off of, or quote unquote success, at least on a content by content basis now. But yeah, it did really affect, it definitely did affect my mood. And funnily enough, I've written a blog post, again, the blog isn't out yet, but the mental game of social media. It's a great thing until it's not, you know. I hope that makes sense and it didn't sound wanky. But like, it got to a point where I was just like, if I wasn't hitting a certain number of likes, it would just like ruin my day. And then I'd feel like I have to quickly, like, oh shit, I've got to make it up and do a better post and do a better post and do a better post. It's not a great way of thinking about it, I don't think. But I didn't know that. I was none the wiser. I thought that was normal, and it just it is what it is. Suck it up and do it, but it really doesn't need to be like that, I don't think. It's easy to get addicted to the views and followers. I just deactivated my TikTok channel because I was getting obsessed with counting my followers every day. Social media is really hard. You have a great head on your shoulders. I'm a subscriber/follower for life. Thank you so much, Taylor. That really means a lot. Like, yeah, you're right. It does get to a point, but it creeps up on you. You don't think about it until you think about it. You start thinking about it more and more. But that's why I keep saying, like, yeah, the follower number is like being rich in Monopoly. It's like big whoop. Not big whoop. I don't mean to sound ungrateful for the people that are following. You know what I mean. I hope you understand what I mean. You almost have to remove yourself from those numbers for your own sake, and for the quality of your content as well, and for the people that have followed. Or else you just start doing stuff for the follows, and then it just sort of gets a little bit, I don't know, not as interesting. And that way the content will never, the content ideas will never end, because one, you're doing it for yourself. You're always trying to push yourself and learn. And yeah, you're having fun with it. Damien, I haven't posted any of my art because I'm nervous. What are you nervous about? What's the concern, my friend? Damien, I guess possible backlash, but I think the reality is that there's nothing to be nervous about. You're exactly right. You'll get bad I mean, I get not very nice comments, right? It's something to get used to because I'm not like a veteran at this whole social media stuff. It wasn't something I counted for, right? I remember one of the first reels that I did, right? That I put my face on, and that I really tried to like explain something. One of the comments was like, "This is the worst video I've ever seen, unfollowing." And that was one of the first comments after posting it. I was like, oh shit, I fucked up. And then you had someone else that was like, your face is not needed for your content, and that sort of stuff. But then you got to think logically, right? You think about yourself. What mindset do you have to be in to spend your time, even if it's at 2 seconds or a minute or whatever, to actually write that sort of stuff? I mean, I kind of feel sorry for them in a way. Like, I also don't give a shit about them because they're fucking assholes. But at the same time, it's just like, there's some deeper stuff going on there, I think. Like, it's kind of a shame. So I wouldn't be concerned about it, and don't let that stop you. You don't want to be 6 months down the track, like, oh, I wish I posted, because it's something that I really wanted to do because of this potential that people might not like it as much as I want them to. I wouldn't even have that as a thought, because if you start getting that, then it's probably a good thing. You're getting enough, because a majority of people, I think, are genuinely nice. Like, they've got good intentions. So if you start having some bad apples in there, it's like, oh, cool, I'm growing. There's in every group, like large group of people, there's going to be some fucking assholes. So it could be a good sign as well. That you've like, oh, awesome. That's how I put it. That's how I position it. I was like, oh, awesome, my first haters. Sick. It's like I'm leveling up. So probably not something to aspire to, but if you frame it in that way, it sort of takes the sting out of it a little bit. But it does suck. I'm not going to pretend that it doesn't. It's hard not to take it personally because you don't know these people and they're just saying random shit. But they could be fucking like 12 years old and just talking shit, and they've ruined your afternoon or day or whatever, and it's just, I don't know. Again, another learning experience. It's something you don't know until you go through it, but please don't let the risk of assholes stop you from posting your art. It's you're doing a disservice to your future people that follow you. Taylor, I've noticed the art community is actually super supportive. You can also set your comments to followers only too. So, yep, very good point, Taylor. As I said, majority of people, they're going to be genuinely nice. Like, it's nothing to be afraid of. And exactly, and if you don't like the comments or they start getting abusive, you got that block button. Block it all day. I've got no problem with that. Annie Reeves, I posted art on and off Instagram over the years, but never could retain followers due to inconsistent posting. IG tossed my engagement down the drain and I was already drawing niche stuff. I'm going for a chem bio degree and my parents still say I should consider art. Whoa, that's a different dynamic where the parents are suggesting that you should still consider art. That's very cool. Thankfully they support me but they aren't interested in cartoons, just realism or oil painting, which can be frustrating. Interesting. What stopped the consistency? Annie, what stopped you from posting consistently? Taylor, haha, my parents don't get the cartoons either. Apparently realism is all that matters. But they clearly don't understand art. Yeah, it's I've been fortunate enough, at least with my parents, they've been very supportive on sort of whatever venture or anything I'm trying to do. But I mean, if you say, instead of the quote unquote cartoons, show them the stock price of Disney, you know, like of DreamWorks, of games, of that sort of stuff. All right, it's all relative. All relative. Annie, I'm working 35 hours a week in school full time, just stretched in and usually don't have a lot of spare time or energy. That's fair enough. That is fair. Damien, thank you, that helps. I guess I should start posting then. You know the answer. You know the answer. You don't need permission from anyone. You do what you want to do. Okay. Let's see where we're at. Okay, so this shadow doesn't make sense. So this shadow would come down here. Maybe even a bit more even. Chris Designer, hey Ben, I worked for DreamWorks, a lighting artist and designer for 9 years. Awesome. That's very cool. Well, there you go. We've got someone in the chat that's got some experience in the studio world. That's sick. Annie Reeves, also tend to make a lot of sketches and hardly finish a piece / make something post-worthy unless I can sit for a couple of hours and really get into the flow. You know what? One thing I've found is the less rendered, the less finished things can oftentimes perform better than the fully rendered piece. That's why I'll almost always post a sketch next to a finished piece, or yeah, I don't think that should be a blocker for you. Start like if the goal is to get into the habit of posting, post those sketches. Why not? I mean, or just add them in your stories. Like there's always, if this is something that you want to do and sort of build a bit of an audience and that kind of stuff, you really have to start and get the consistency up any which way that you can. You've got to sort of just slap those procrastination feelings away and just go for it. I started with 20 minutes a day in the morning drawing, and then I posted, and then just experimented. Like I'm embarrassed with a lot of the stuff that I did like a year and a half ago, right? So use that as motivation to bury it. Bury the quote unquote embarrassing posts with new stuff. Ben, as a professional, I can get a bit overwhelmed with the pressure of posting regularly and at good employable quality. It gets on top of me at times, but I've been learning a lot from the way you use stuff for multiple uses. Yeah, that's a one way to get around the whole I don't have time. Like, for example, without really trying much harder than what I would doing this by myself, I turn the cameras on and here we are. So this is one piece of content. I'll then take this, I'll transition it into an Instagram post, right? Then from this, because I've already created the piece, I can then create a sketch note or my thinking around the piece. Create it into a sketch note. So it's no extra work of trying to make the thing perfect. So that's what, 3 pieces of content there. Then I can do a reel based on some of these principles that I've talked about here. I could even use what I actually talked about here as a reel. So that's another, maybe some 5 or 6 pieces of content just in reel form from this stream here. So you've got to start to kind of be smart, particularly if you're time poor. Think about the different ways that you can utilize what you're already doing to start growing your platform or start growing your audience. At least in my opinion. Again, this is all just my thoughts and experiments and what I would do and what I'm doing, really. I can only talk from experience. All right, this is why I didn't go the route of doing fully polished YouTube videos to begin with, because that's another like time sink that I don't know if I'm any good at it yet. Right, so let's just start with the live streams, turn on the camera. I'm already doing this work, so there's not much risk for the potential return. Kind of thinking of it in a businessy sense as well, right? Risk and the reward. What's the worst that can happen? I come out the end of it with the same piece that I'm going to be posting anyway. So, yeah. I'm loving this content talk. I love talking about this. Annie, 20 minutes is great. Just like cutting a short bit of time out of your day and making the absolute most of it. Exactly. I'm big into like building habits and figuring out how I like to sort of make the most of my time and sort of build skills and that sort of stuff. And the easiest thing is to start as small as possible, like laughably small, with the goal not to produce like world-class content or world-class results off the bat, but for the pure objective to get that habit going, so then it starts to feel odd if you don't do it. Just like with the gym. That's what got me like years and years and years ago, consistent with the gym. Same thing. Same thing with learning how to code. Same thing with this learning stylization. Start small. There's nothing wrong with that. Now I'm going to cheat this highlight because I don't want it like directly where it probably would be. It'd actually be above on here, up here. So I might just cheat it and have the highlight around thereabouts. Artistic license. What are you going to do? Annie, how long does it take you to put together a sketch note post? It depends. Just like with anything, it depends. Probably maybe a day of just like work. Probably a good maybe like 8 hours or something. Because it's like a different kind of thought process. I've got to go back and think what I've learned, where I got stuck, what I think is interesting, and what do I think is visually appealing as well. So do figure those out, and I'm gonna start actually doing the sketch notes on stream, just like I said, recycling content, or do it like trying to do stuff that I'm already doing, but for basically building in public. Sam, honesty hour. I definitely have imposter syndrome that can make it difficult for me to feel like I belong or teach what I know because I'm completely self-taught. You and me both, man. Like imposter syndrome still, it doesn't necessarily go away, but one way I like to tackle it is you'll never hear me, right? If you do call me out on it, but this is like a kind of philosophy of mine when I'm sharing stuff. You'll never hear me say this is the way to do things, or this is the exact way to do X, Y, Z, or whatever, if you know what I mean. I always come from experience and always frame it and position anything I say as this is what I've found. This is what I found when I did this. This is the result. Check it out. No one can take that away from me. No one can say, you don't know how to do this. You don't know how to, well, I've done it. Here, it's here. It's more like come along with me on my journey, rather than me sitting on a soapbox and saying, this is how you do this. This is how you do that. For me, that's a much more comfortable, and it resonates with me personally, that way of making content and sharing more tutorial style or more educational style things, coming from a place of experience rather than authority. I resonate with a lot more. Not everyone does, but that can actually help with the whole imposter syndrome, because really the whole imposter syndrome stuff, it's this imaginary entity that's going to come out and expose you one day that you don't know what you're talking about. You don't actually know this thing that you said or this post. This is all bullshit. But if you can actually combat that, if that ever happened, you'd be like, well, look, I've actually done the work. It's here. This is what I've found. I'm not saying it's the right or wrong thing. I'm saying that this is what helped me, and I hope it helps someone else. That takes a lot of the stress and pressure off of trying to get it right. And why I think there's a lot of missed opportunity with people in the creative industry from sharing their process because they don't feel they're ready yet. I mean, if I let that feeling sort of control me a year and a half ago, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be on the stream with you. It's just one of those things you got to push through. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. Eloise, how long does it take to cut a video and make a reel for Instagram? It can take anywhere from a couple of hours to probably half a day, depending on the complexity of the topic or what I want or how heavy the animation is. Again, I might even start doing that on stream. It'll be cool to even get some input as to what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. And again, it almost feels like a game to me in a way. Like I was talking to Francis, like my co-host of the podcast the other day, yesterday I think it was. It's kind of like a fun gamble where I've got my hypothesis, I think it's useful. I think it would be useful for me, what I'm posting out there. Is it? I don't know. We'll see. And then you put it out there. Again, I've started to reframe all of this as a game. So then it takes the, oh no, the algorithm's not being nice to me sort of excuse out of it. It's like, okay, cool. I'm playing this game. No one's forcing me to post anything. I'm not going to complain about the bloody algorithm. Let's work within the confines of the game and figure this thing out. I think that's a much more constructive way to think about it, rather than like, oh no, the algorithm's not being nice. The algorithm really doesn't care about you or me or anything. They want people on their app. That's that. So if it means that you've got to learn some video editing to do reels, if you want to keep posting content, that's kind of what you got to do. So I don't know, I'm very much that stoic philosophy. It is what it is. It's up to you to do something about it. No use getting upset about it. Figure it out. If it's what you want to do, you find a way. So yeah, hey yo Ben, hey yo, welcome. Good to see you again. I might actually need a tad bit of a break, just to get a coffee. Annie, thanks for all your fantastic answers. All the things you're working on sound super interesting. Off to bed, but join the Discord and hoping to draw along during your next live. Awesome, Annie. You have a great sleep, and thank you so much for popping past. It was really great to have you. I think this would actually be a lot more in shadow. Definitely. Maybe. Oh, I don't know. Okay, this hair's going to take a little time, and so is the face and all this rendering. So I might actually bring back the thing, and let's see how we can make this more probably anatomically correct. See how we can make it sit in the scene a little bit more using our sphere test. But before we go into that, let's do it as a 5-minute break. Oh, God. 5-minute break, just got to make a bit of coffee. Five-minute break, that'll be enough, I think, to let new people come in and know. All right, stay right where you are. I will see you shortly. Yoo-hoo. I am back. Now I can see issue here. All right, let's change this music up, shall we? Let's do staff picks. Okay. Sam. I had to leave the room for a sec, so I paused and watched your answer back. It was absolutely awesome. Thanks, man. I really, really appreciate your answers and kindness. My pleasure, man. My pleasure. It doesn't take me but 2 seconds. Furley, not recording today? Nah, not recording today. I taught to my mate whose partner's a professional Twitch streamer, and she reckons that the VOD is high enough resolution to use for social media and that sort of stuff. So that's why I've got this here. That's why. So I'll actually download this, cut this up, and then use this as the time lapse for this one, because it was getting that 8-hour stream was like 170 gig. So that's not really sustainable. All right, see, from that to this, it's got some continuity here. It's starting to feel believable. Now, I want to sort the hand out and then we can sort everything else out. Your ultimate stream playlist would feature what artist/songs? Oh. Again, it's going to be eclectic as shit. So it'll be like Blink-182, it'll be Johnny Cash, it'll be Norah Jones, it'll be Snoop Dogg, it'll be Dr. Dre, it'll be Eminem. Who else? Oh, what's his name? Like You Can Have the Crown. What's that? The guy, the country singer. Sturgill Simpson. You'd have him. You'd have all sorts. You'd be surprised how eclectic my tastes are. Hey Ben, hello. I love your work. I watched all your videos. What should I do to draw in your style? I don't know. To draw in my style, use my influences, I guess. So, I mean, start looking at my work and see, and try and study my thought process. Like, I put a lot of it out there. And try and like think about why I'm doing certain things and understanding. A lot of it has to do with simplifying shapes, simplifying forms. And apologies, a little bit of a vague question, so I can't really give you super specific answers there, but yeah, keep watching and hopefully it gives you some ideas. Okay, so I've got some hand references. Elizabeth, hey Ben, the illustration is looking great. Just a quick question if you don't mind. What do you do for work? So basically, Instagram is what I do for work now. I also have a software company where we made an app for solo business owners where it manages all their finances, time, clients, online bookings, all that sort of stuff. So my background's in sort of software development. But I'm actually making more from Instagram currently than I am from that company. So this is kind of taken over really, which is cool. Just as a side thing that I was kind of having to play around with. But I also do some contract work, say like do some workshops now here and there. So yeah, this is why I'm trying to figure out pretty much how to make this sustainable long term. So this is why I'm starting to branch out onto YouTube. And yeah. Furley, are you not getting copyright strike? I see YouTube streamer I watch got the same taken down for playing copyrighted music. Actually, this is Epidemic Sound, not sponsored. I literally just bought it before I went on stream. So this should be all covered under their stuff. So I'm paying for the right to play this music. So Sam, how about this question? What is one exercise that you recommend that helps learn 3D forms? Practice drawing 3D forms. Or helps learn in your style. Get rid of this buddy, so I'm over that one. I'm just trying to think. I want to give a good example. I don't just want to give the cookie cutter. Just practice. Really, like from the simplified form side of things, like for example, this nose here, right? This can be broken down into like a half cylinder pretty easily. If you can start doing that and breaking these eyes down into, cool, this is just like half a sphere that's stuck within another sort of half sphere kind of thing. And then these lips are really simple, just like M shapes that have dimension to them, if you know what I mean. So if you can start to do that kind of thing, like this cheekbone is literally just the side of like a box kind of thing, right? This is where I'm trying to quote unquote iron out the details. I got that from Michael Matesi on one of his live streams. Ironing out the details is a good way to think about it. So if you can say get a piece of reference, or even look at how other artists do it, right? Like let's say if we're looking at ay Dios mío, pure ref. So let's have a look at this artist here, right? If you can take a look at his reference, like the actor, and see what they did, and see how they simplified the eyes down, see how they really simplified the shape of the ears, simplified the nose, and start with really simple shapes, because these have all these tiny little shapes in here, but it doesn't work if the larger shape isn't reading in 3D space. So if you can start to just break things down into 3 dimensions, I think that'll benefit you a lot. Like even this one here, what he's done here, this is like a pyramid almost. If you get rid of the nostrils, this is like a pyramid with a long top part. You know what I mean? Up here, you've got these ears. You can think of them as discs in perspective. So this disc is going to be facing that way. This disc is facing the other way. This chin is literally just a stair step, right? Same as his lips. You can think of his lips as just little stair steps. So trying thinking of it in that way, I think would be very beneficial. I hope, as always, I hope that makes sense. Do you like listening to a podcast while drawing? Is it distracting? No, Eloise, I do like listening to podcasts. I'll listen to Joe Rogan depending on the what you call it, the guest. I'll listen to Tiger Belly. I'll listen to Lex Friedman's podcast again, depending on the guest. I'll who else? Who else do I listen to? Let's have a look. A lot of comedy podcasts I enjoy. Yeah, mainly just recently Joe Rogan stuff. The Office Ladies, if you're a fan of The Office Ladies is a good one. The Tim Dillon podcast. So yeah, just or I'll go on YouTube oftentimes, or I'll listen to audiobooks, which I'm a fan of. Let's knock this opacity down so I can see where this hand is coming from. Let's see if it's making sense, because this one just kind of, I don't know, it looked a bit funky. There's something wrong with it. So I've got no concerns with starting it all over again, because this is fun. Uh-oh. On the right layer. So yeah, will you do mentorships or tutorials in the future? I'm thinking about that, because I'm trying to develop like the most useful, let's say, courses in the future. And I think one of the best ways to do that is do it first with live, and then I can understand a lot of the problems that people are having, and then I can wrap that up into like a nice course and really have an idea of what's going to be useful, if you know what I mean. So I've got to stop saying if you know what I mean. So yeah, it's definitely something I'm thinking about in the future, which I think will be fun. It would be great to sort of meet some of you guys and really sort of give you some specific tips and sort of ways to think about certain things that help me out, that would hopefully help you out. Sit key. Yes, I need firstly to understand the basic shapes. I draw just a hyper realistic detail. Yeah, it is a skill to simplify. It takes a trained eye, I think, to realize how difficult a simplified style actually is. I mean, there's simplified styles that you're just like, okay, yeah, that I could do that, because it's not that difficult looking. But say like the Disney style, right? That looks pretty simple, kind of, right? But there is so much thought behind that. It's bloody ridiculous. I can't, fairly, very relatable. Sitkey, I can't find how to compare, but I will try. Thank you. I found out today that there are live broadcasts. I'm following you now. Fantastic. Yes, this is a live broadcast. Sam, are you a sports fan? If so, what sports? Not particularly. No. Very un-Australian of me. Not a football fan, not a cricket fan. I mean, if I had to choose, I would be a Crows supporter, because that's what I was brought up on. My dad's a Crows supporter, so I've got to be a Crows supporter myself. But no, not really a sports fan. I like poker, if you classify that as a sport. Daniel Negreanu, fantastic poker player. Enjoy his YouTube videos and stuff. Sit key, maybe a Domestika course. Maybe. I'd probably be more inclined to do it myself, to be honest. Sam. Well, there goes all my sports podcast recommendations. Yeah, man. Yeah, no, it's not something I'm super interested in. Speaking of podcasts, you've got Make Now Think Later. My podcast, shameless plug, talks about content creation and all that good stuff. Talks about mine and Francis's experience. Hashtag ad. Yep, that's it. Yep, that's right. This looks very like spider-esque. I guess that's kind of what he looks like the hand. It's like it's got to hold itself up. Let's get rid of this one. Toodaloo. Where can we find your podcast? Very good question, Sir. Let me just throw a link in chat. I've got to get better at like sharing my shit. There you go. Oh, wrong layer. Bloody Nora. Alright, here we go. Up we get. And we're back. No worries, sir. My pleasure. Yeah, I wonder if I'm not liking the hand because it's in like a... Because the thing is kind of like a... you don't often see a hand trying to hold itself up. If you know what I mean. Like... If I'm just not used to the spider... like... Ah, wrong layer again. Bloody hell. How do you go about drawing lines, Ben, even though they look simple, to capture the form well? Thank you. Well, it really first comes the understanding of the form. Then the lines kind of follow. So see how I sort of made a scaffolding for myself? So this is the palm. Kind of what they're talking about here. Right, that kind of thing. And then it's just basically I'm thinking about these like lines, these contour lines, right? But I'm just not drawing them all the time. So that's how I can sort of make it look like how I want it to, because I've got an understanding of how the hands and the fingers would actually work, if that makes sense. Do I use another software or just Photoshop? Sitkey. I use Procreate, and pretty much just Procreate and Photoshop at the moment. I don't have, I guess I kind of have a bit of a preference to Photoshop just because it's what I'm used to. I haven't spent enough time in other programs other than Photoshop and Procreate to really sort of critique them or give my opinion on them. But they're all much of a muchness really for my use case. Harish, yep, makes sense, thanks. My pleasure, my friend. I mean, this is kind of feeling better than the other one, I think. Because we've got perspective here. We've got perspective here, and we can sort of indicate the thumb like this chunky part of the thumb up here, as if he's holding on to her. And laying this groundwork may feel tedious, definitely, but it's going to help us so much when we're doing the rendering. If we can get our forms working good, we're laughing. Also want it to interact with the material as well, because it's easy just to throw a hand in, or quote unquote easy just to throw a hand in there, but does it make sense? What would happen if the hand was on her shoulder? It's keeping itself up, so it's got to like grab onto the material sort of thing. So it's going to stick in like a little bit, like you see here. It's going to do something like that. So got to take that into account as well. This pinky isn't sitting well with me. So let's actually straighten it out a little bit. I wonder if that's going to help. Kind of makes it a little bit more quote unquote dynamic, where it's kind of almost like a leg, like just trying to stay on the shoulder, but it's still got to make sense as a finger. Still a tad big as well, I think. scale him down. Yeah. Seems about right. Okay. So we want to think about the transitions on these knuckles here. How do they react and all that good stuff? Damien, you just answered my question, did I? I don't know what I'm rambling about, but I'm glad that I did. I can't remember what I said, but that's great. That's good news. Why did the music stop? What's going on here? Oh, we're at the end of the playlist. Makes sense. Okay. Let's try some more. Browse. Let's see what I'm looking at. What do we want? Jazz, funk, acoustic, R&B and soul, small emotions. Too deep. Hip hop, electronica, rock, country. Let's try some country. What country have we got going on? There's going to be something about someone's breaking up with someone. Something about a farm. This is some kind of contemporary country. Don't hate it. Don't hate it. You just answered my question. Hand size, yeah. Yeah, this is feeling more. And then I can even nudge the hair in a little bit to make it look like it's interacting with the hand, if that makes sense. Now I'm looking at these knuckles here. These might be cool to have as like the transition shape between the knuckle here. So there is something. No, wrong. And then you've got this thing, which is the stitches. Then I think this finger's cut off, so there'll be stitches there. And I think there's stitches going over there as well. Maybe, who cares? That's not my biggest concern. All right. Let's just do one more pass of the line work. Don't have to be super perfect with it, but it will be good just to give us some guide for the rendering. better. I like that a lot more. Great success. How much? Okay. Cool. Let us begin the render. So let's Alright, we're back, baby. We've got something working. I'm happy with this so far. It took a time to redo it and rethink about it, but I think it's going to be worth it. Versus just sticking with what I had before. I almost like it like this, like a cartoon hand. But no, we render it up just like the same. Oh, it's that time of day. I've got the golden sash of 5:14 p.m. Well, let's try something different. I've been doing the black and white to color for so long. Maybe I just throw this into a just straight up, just to show that it doesn't really bother me personally what technique I use. I'm using all the similar principles, let's say. So then I can come through, maybe with a multiply layer. All right, with this sphere, where the shadow's going to be? Let's figure that out. It's going to be in shadow. This will be in shadow. Don't hate this country mix. Very chill. And we can come through and soften this up as much as we want later. And make everything feel all nice and 3D. Have you finished drawing your character and virtual reality drawing? I mean, for me, I can never start a drawing without first finishing it. I'm obsessed. Well, that's probably an issue for me, is I'm the opposite. I can certainly finish or start another drawing without finishing it. That's what I do. It's actually a nice little tool to sort of not get fed up with one particular like drawing. If that makes sense. Like, but no, I haven't touched that one yet. That's another one for stream. I've got to get that one done by the 31st of December. So I've got a deadline for that one, for sure. Would this be in shadow? Maybe it would just, this would definitely be in shadow. See how that's even at this cell shaded stage, it's like sitting, because we understand the light source, and why I always talk about understanding the light source. Get that down and then you're laughing. All right, because all this is going to be in light, and then we can soften this transition, because I think there might be just like a pretty soft transition there. And then if we want this to be to add a little bit of color variation, we can even make this more on the purple side, just like her shadows are a little bit on the purple side. So there we go. Then we can come up here, soft round. Let's go overlay. Let's have some fun with the overlay. But this hand's like kind of looks a bit dirty, right? So we don't want it super like it's alive. You almost want it a little bit grimy. And once we got these basic shapes, excuse me, once we got these basic shapes going and we can start carving them out, then I might add in the stitching and that sort of stuff after I've got to that stage. So let's add another normal layer. Start getting these transitions working. Oh, freaking deep. I need a replay of that. Scared the shit out of me, these dogs. I tell you what. Far out. Oh my god, how embarrassing. So yeah, have you seen the series yet? No, I haven't. Oh. Far out. Oh god, gotta love him. Heart attack, freaking tell me about it. My god. Apologies if any of you were on headphones then. Deep breaths, man. I know. My lungs are going to be shaky for a bit. It's funny when my partner's home, because I have my noise cancelling headphones a lot. The amount of time she makes me jump, because she's got to get like right here for me to see her, and I'm just shit. It's pretty funny. For her, not for me. Scares the living shit out of me. Damien, this hand is looking so good. I'm loving the shapes. Thanks, Damien. Yeah, look, I think it's in a definite improvement from where we were at with the other hand shape. And now we can think clearly or more cleanly about these shadow shapes and how they interact with each other. And I might even just bite the bullet and merge this down into one now. So it's just all on the one layer, including the line work. So then I can get rid of the line work just by painting over the line work. As simple as that. I think I'm incapable of doing a short live stream, which I'm fine with if you guys don't mind. I don't mind at all. Again, appreciate you keeping me company on this lovely Thursday afternoon. I haven't watched it yet, but why is there a dead hand on her? So Wednesday is a character of the Addams family, and so is this hand. This hand is called Thing, I believe, or The Thing, or Thing. I haven't watched it, but it's like her pet, basically. And it's got a mind of its own, and it sort of crawls about the place. That's from my understanding. I think from last stream, people were explaining that to me. So the old flipperoo. Getting there. Process of elimination. Just figuring out these planes, how they work, why they work, what's going on with them. My apologies on the dogs barking. Wouldn't be a Ben Eblen stream if there wasn't dogs barking in the background, I'll tell you what. Feeling better. It's feeling better. I like it very much. Abhishek, welcome back, my man. Hey Ben, how you doing? I sent you the painting I was working on. Did you see that? I haven't been in my DMs as of late, so I'll have to check that out. But I love the work in progress that I've been seeing. It's very, very, very cool, and I'm honored. Okay, I feel like these are all just repeating themselves in a way. Alright, new songs. What are we doing? Let's go funk. What's the funk? What funk have we got? Shared it on Discord and tagged you on Instagram too. Fantastic. Again, I haven't been on the Discord either. So I've had, been not able to do it the past couple of days. But I'm back. And I'll be active in the Discord and in my DMs. So I will definitely check it out, my man. Okay, let's get this hand feeling like it's sitting on this shirt part. So what are we going to utilize? Reflected light, baby. All right, the actual This needs some reflected light as well. Now, one thing with reflected light on itself, like the same material, like particularly for in this example, it's oftentimes going to be more saturated because it's kind of, the light's coming down. This is being a light source. So this is a skin colored light source being shone on skin. So it almost like stacks the saturation on top, if you know what I mean. I've got to stop saying if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. But don't be afraid to add a little bit more saturation when the reflected light is reflecting back onto itself. Like for example, can I do the example right here? Like, look at that, like glow on my face. It's quite a saturated glow because there's a sunlight hitting my hand, coming back up underneath my face, and it's quite orange, but it's only orange because it's coming off of my hand. All right, take it away, it's not there. Put it back, boom, it's like an orange glow. So it's almost like double done. Yeah, thank you very much for the example to show the demonstration of reflected light, son. I appreciate it. So here we can even make it a little bit more saturated. What a convenience, I know, right? What's an inconvenience is I'm out of coffee again. Ay, whatever to do. Damien, it's well past my bedtime. I got work in a few hours. It has been such a delight attending this stream. Looking forward to your blog, Wednesday Peace, and just got your Discord. Have a great night. Fantastic, Damien. You have a great sleep. Have a good day at work, and we'll see you in the next stream. Thanks for popping by. So yeah, not night-related question, that's fine. But is it true that in Australia there are kangaroos on the street roaming around? Not particularly where I'm at. I have, I don't know, 15 where I used to live, like 15 minutes away from here. I did wake up one morning and saw a kangaroo on the neighbour's doorstep just across the road. And I thought that was a bit odd, but it's not like, oh my God, a kangaroo. It's just like, oh, that's a bit odd for them to be all the way out here. But I mean, you go for a drive, maybe like 20 minutes up into the hills here. Yeah, you'll see them. No worries. But yeah, they're pretty abundant. And then you go to somewhere called Kangaroo Island, which is just a little island off of South Australia, where I am, right at the bottom. They're bloody everywhere because they don't have any natural predators. Okay, let's... Okay, cool. Let's add some occlusion shadows where the hands are meeting the material. Well, good for them. Yeah, I know, right? No, they're really cool. I do like kangaroos. Good to eat as well. Abhishek, are kangaroos really good at boxing? I don't know about actual boxing, but they're actually pretty dangerous. They pack a really good kick if they get up on their tail, and they'll use like people's stomachs have actually been ripped open. They've got like a claw, right? So when they come back up on their tail's like a muscle, like it's a massive, just a huge muscle. So that's why they can go back on their tail, and they just kick. And if that gets you in the stomach, people's like, it's not very often, but it has happened where people's like stomachs been like ripped open because they're that powerful. But they're not going around ripping people's stomachs open on the regular, but they've got that level of power to do that. So I wouldn't go up to a big red kangaroo and mess with him. But that you do see them box each other as well, like they like kick. That's like their, I don't know, the way they handle stuff. I've had a big red, like, when I went, it's just there's a place called Cleveland Wildlife Park that I went to, and walked up to a big red with some food. I don't know if it was a big, it was just like the male of the pack, like they're all just like chilling on the grass, like the big male of the pack, and I went to like give him the food, and he just sort of got up and just started like grunting at me, and then started to get back on his, and I was just like, there you go, threw the food, and then just like walked off. I've got no interest in messing with big kangaroos, and they can get nasty. So can you talk about how to use the airbrush? Because if we use it more, it tends to be muddy, which really, you can use it whenever you want. It doesn't really matter. It's just, what are you using it for? That's the question that you should be asking. All right, so if that's the case, then you got to think, all right, what effect am I trying to get? I just want to get some, like here for example, I want to get some occlusion shadows, right, in the hand, so it sort of makes sense, and even some like softer shadows of the pinky there, right? So if you want a soft transition, by all means use the what do you call it, the airbrush. But I mean, you could do this whole thing in airbrush and it would still look pretty similar if you like kept going up and down with the, what you call it, the brush size and all that. Yeah. It's always, you've got to be asking, why am I using the airbrush? Why? See how just that little bit of like, what would you say, just like that movement of the clothing just gives it that little bit of, okay, cool, it's actually on her shoulder, it's not just like plastered there. And this hand's also going to cast a shadow. Getting there. Getting there. Quick draw. Hi. Hello. Welcome. Kickboxing kangaroos, Harish. Yes, that's it. It should really be kickboxing instead of boxing kangaroos. Jura Misu, can you give some overview in your art journey, how you started and how long have you been in it? Well, I've already done a little bit of that this stream, but to give you a quick overview, I've been drawing on and off for most of my life. And yeah, most of the stuff I used to do was realism. So focusing on realistic forms and just copying the reference basically. About a year and a half ago, I decided to really knuckle down and try and figure out this stylized stuff. And then I started to post on Instagram, and that's sort of what led me to where I'm at today. And I'm consistently learning, always learning. And having fun with it. Sugar Beats, welcome back, good to have you. Just got in a good art zone. Fantastic, yeah, me too actually. I feel like I'm in the zone. Touch wood, I feel like I'm in the zone. All right, so let's give enough to work with, I think. So then we can take this. See, that's where we were at. Pre-stream, where we're at now. It's a lot cleaner. We'll add. I think there's a lot of work to do with the face. Right, I actually like this face a little bit more than this one. I think it's got a lot to do with the eye and that kind of thing. But plus we don't have the shadow here. Where's the bloody shadow? All right, to give it some more context. The hand I'm liking a lot more. It's looking a little bit orange for my liking, but that's fine. All right, so let's take this, let's duplicate that, let's merge it down. Let's knock out some of the saturation. That's feeling a little bit better. I drew Wednesday around 5 times, different styles, just didn't like any, so I gave up. Oh no. Oh, I know that feeling. Oh, I know that feeling. Jeremy said, does doing art live not make you feel vulnerable? I'm thinking about doing art live as well, but it's scary to make bad drawings. It is scary to make bad drawings, but I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Like, I don't let others' opinions... Like, I try not to, like for myself, try not to let others' opinions dictate how I do things. Because how are you going to get better at drawing live if you never draw live? It's a different experience. It's more of a, you've got to talk, you've got to stop, think about certain things, explain your process a little bit. That's if you want to, or you just turn the camera on and start drawing. But in a way, I almost like it because it can help me slow down a little bit. It can help me just, instead of getting too caught up and jumping into things too quickly, it can really help me slow down and think about stuff. And when people ask questions, it can be really helpful. For example, Shane Olsen popped in the stream and he said, why don't you have the thing on her shoulder? I'm like, that's a freaking brilliant idea. Fantastic idea, Shane. So that's what then led to this hand on the shoulder sort of thing. So it's, yeah, try and have fun with it. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's easier said than done, I know. But it's not worth stressing about. Give it a shot. I highly make it. I highly recommend it. Just make it pretty in the end, right? Yeah, that's it. If it doesn't turn out, I think people would actually get a lot of value out of when it's not looking right. And how you overcame that. So you could spin it in that way. You could say, all right, cool. This is how it's looking at the moment. Not looking right. Come back next stream to see how I fix up all the things that I don't like about it and how I make the fixes and changes that get it to where I want it to be, if that makes sense. Abhishek, what else do you do other than art, Ben? Sometimes doing and thinking about art all the time really sucks. And I really feel alive and happy when I join your live. Feels like talking to a friend. Oh, that's fantastic, man. That's fantastic. What do I like to do? Hang out with my partner. She's good fun. I like to code. I like to read. I like to drum now. As of the last sort of month or so, sort of teaching myself how to drum. And yeah, just think about business stuff as well. Just try and, again, thinking about this stuff as a game. It's all a game. So yeah, that's basically it. Not a whole lot of time for much else. That's fine with me. What about you, Abhishek? What do you like to do? Sugar Beats, practice makes progress. This is certainly right. Jeremisu, thank you so much. My absolute pleasure. No worries at all. Sugar Beats, I need cheat codes for this game. Unfortunately, there aren't any. There are things you can do, kind of like what I'm doing now, using pop culture to get some stuff out there, or get some eyeballs. But yeah, it's a lot of it is experimentation and staying in the game, which by enjoying the process helps you stay in the game. The art part is easy, the rest of life is too intense, except animals. Oh god. Yeah, I think the big part of it is just trying to enjoy it. It's very cliche, but it's something that I've found more and more recently. Enjoying it is a big part of it. Because you don't know when you're in the good old days until after. So I try and treat everything like, now I'm in the good old days. I'm going to be looking back now and being like, oh, how much fun I had doing live streaming when I first started live streaming. So it's like, yeah, I try and think about it like that. But everyone's circumstances are different, of course, and everyone has different trials and tribulations. Ah. Let's do the old flip around to see if this makes sense. Where can we sort of make adjustments that make sense? I'm doing some 1920s inspired art. Love 1920s vibes. Awesome. So you're doing it all in black and white. This would have slight little bit of reflected light, probably like that. No, more like inspired by old ads or magazines. Ooh, that's cool. That's cool. I like that. The golden age of illustration. Gilang, hello from Indonesia. Ben, can't wait to see the final result of it. Thank you so much and welcome. All right, let's think about this logically here. Abhishek, making and learning digital art is the only productive work that I do. Other than that, I eat, sleep, play Forza Horizon 4, and binge watch something. This has been the same for the last 2 years. That's all right. Nothing wrong with that. Do what you enjoy, my friend. Hotaru, hello. Hello, welcome. Rain, yo. Welcome. Eloise, how the rim light will be on? Not sure yet. Not sure. I'm trying to get all the key light working first. I'm trying to get all that working. It's 2:30 a.m. Do I sleep or draw? Draw. You're answering your own questions. I'd recommend sleep, because then your drawing session might be better in the morning on a better night's sleep. But you do you. So I'm trying to get his hand to interact with everything. My art is usually better at night. The folds in the clothes. Oh, thank you, Sugar. Beats. Yeah, it starts to really bring something to it, I think. Hotaru, how much time does it usually take for you to complete an art piece like this one? Well, it's been 8 hours on the last stream and however long it's been on this stream. So that plus this, and then probably another 2 to 3 hours, I'd imagine. Yeah, so what, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13? Also, you still have to watch one episode, or 10 minutes. I do, I really do. And I'm sure I'd have better ideas as well once I see it. Yes, you will, and you will be like, wow, this show is good. That'll be cool. Alright, I think it's merge time. Merge it all down, and then we just go to render town. Merge, merge. Oh, why is this out of whack? Cool. Let's clean these shapes up, shall we? Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. let's get the background separated as well. Control J. Alright, simple group. This one goes there. This one goes there. What on earth am I listening to? Sugar Beats, it'll be your new favorite show. All right, we'll see. We'll see. Steve Galloway, morning Ben. This looks awesome. I'm so looking forward to episode 10 of the podcast with you and Francis. Awesome, my friend. That's so cool. Hope you've been enjoying it so far, and great to have you on the stream. You should listen to sci-fi elevator music. I don't know if that's really my jam. I don't know. I don't even know if this is really my jam. This is just something that's not going to be copyright stricken or whatever. It's like drawing well in an elevator. I sometimes play it on my live streams. Oh, nice one. Steve, Def, one of my favorite podcasts at the moment, and been appreciating the interaction from you guys on Insta as I start my creative journey. Oh, that's fantastic, man. That is an awesome compliment. And yeah, we're trying. We're trying. It's been fun. It's been fun, and it's something we want to keep doing ongoing. So yeah, from memory, if I can see your avatar, I can't see it super clearly, but from memory, the cartoons you're looking to do on Instagram, and you were talking about WordPress. I think, Steve, I'm not. Please let me know if that's that just from memory, because we were talking about that actually yesterday. Or you were saying that you got to get your website sorted and all your social channels and all that sort of stuff sorted. Paiza Felegari, perfect. I appreciate you. Abhishek, have you ever experienced hiccup, sneeze, and burp all at the same time? I've experienced that, and it feels terrible. This is a rare phenomenon. I can't say I have, actually. Cannot say I have. You're lucky, I guess. Yes, mate. The webcomic on parenting. That's the one. That's the one. Cool. Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, Francis and I were actually talking about that yesterday. I'd almost recommend what's the least amount of friction that you need to get started, like on the weekend. Like you can get a website up nowadays. You don't have to learn WordPress. You don't have to do any of this stuff. You can get a website up on the weekend. You can get it rolling. Because I've done it myself. This is only the reason why I say this. Like, you start to put barriers. It's like, oh, I've got to get this done before this and this and this and this before this and and get all the ducks in a row. No. What's the shortest amount of, or the smallest amount of work you need to start putting your content out there and start iterating on the content and start getting feedback? That's the real question. I think you should be asking. That's just my 2 cents. Because I've been there, and my default is I want to get everything just right, and that's what I'm doing on these live streams, right? I'm just flicking the camera on, seeing work I'm already doing. I want to get into YouTube, so I just threw the camera on, not much thought, and away we go, sort of thing. Like, what's the lowest friction thing you can do to start? Would be my thoughts. Because yeah, Francis and I were talking about it. About your message yesterday, and that's sort of the conclusion we sort of come to. It's like, yeah, get started fast as possible. Doesn't have to be perfect. You're not going to like your first post that you do, so might as well get them out the way. Steve, biggest worry is the promotion and finding an audience from scratch and building the WordPress, right? With you kind of, the thing I would focus on is building that audience. So don't worry about it. The biggest, at least for me, the biggest thing that reduces my worry about stuff is just getting the work done. Because you can sit and worry about it all day long, but if nothing's getting done, nothing's getting done. So I'll get your Instagram sorted this weekend, or tonight, or whatever. It takes 2 seconds, and then start posting. Because that's going to be your highest value action, I guess you could say. But I think with the hope of having a strip running for a while, it's finding a CMS that works and allows me to have a solid structure. Okay, fair enough. That makes perfect sense. I sugar beats. I made a website but didn't put anything up because I was anxious. So I don't sell paintings because of anxiety, but I'm hoping to get through that. Just do it. If it's already ready, put it up. I've been there. I know exactly the feeling. You're like, oh, I don't know, should I? It's not perfect. It's not going to represent my brand exactly how I want it. Get it out there. But yeah, there's plenty of templates, and I think you're right. Choose one, get started, then adapt. 100%. I've got to take my own advice with my own blog, because I decided to build it from scratch, right? And I think that was a very sophisticated mechanism of procrastination. And the blog isn't out yet. And I started it a year ago. So don't be me. Don't wait, because it's freaking annoying. Cheers, Ben. I'm going to get on with some teaching work whilst you draw, mate. Thanks. No worries, man. No worries. Good luck, and I hope to see your comic strips out there ASAP. Lucas, hello Ben, fantastic tutorials have on IG. Love your stuff. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with the world. My absolute pleasure, Lucas. Thank you for popping in on the stream. I appreciate it. Great to have you. I need a painting to be perfect, but perfect is not just nonsense. You're answering your own question, Sugar Beats. You know what to do. You know what to do. I have the knowledge, but the anxiety decides to control the mind. Yeah, well, that's almost a skill, to take the smallest steps possible to get towards your goal. What do you need? What's something that takes you 2 minutes that's going to take you the next step? Is it logging into the website and just taking another look at it. That could be the first start. Doesn't take much. Then only have one painting up for sale. One that you're proud of. The one that you're most proud of. You don't have to have a full gallery. Start as small as possible. Prasav! Lucas is fellow YouTube artist. He has some great painting tutorials. Oh, fantastic! Fantastic. I'll have to check it out, Lucas. I'll have to check it out. I don't even want to click on it. Sugar beets. You know what you have to do. Click on it. Get it going. You're going to feel better for it. Fairly, I hate that this applies to almost everything, and here I am procrastinating on something right now. Yep, I'm not immune to procrastination. I am not immune to procrastination at all. It's something I do often, but I try and even go the route of like productive procrastination, which is another way to think of it. If you're going to procrastinate on and do something that is on another project. Like if you're trying to if you're procrastinating on one project, do your procrastination on working on another project. So at least the procrastination that you're doing is somewhat beneficial. People have asked to buy so many times, but the steps, well, that's money you're leaving on the table, Sugar Beets. That should be all the reassurance you need. What steps? My room is filled with paintings. Def, check out Lucas's Spider-Man painting tutorial. Was one of the best coloring tutorials I found when using Procreate. Oh, actually, if this is the Lucas that, when you say Spider-Man tutorial, let me have a squiz, because I think I might know who you're talking about, and this might be the Lucas that I'm already subscribed to. Lucas. It is too. Oh, there you go. Didn't even realize. Yeah, this is a sick tutorial. Hold on, let me show you. So this one here, Lucas. I believe this is you. This one. Highly recommend checking it out. Great Procreate. I've used this tutorial. This is fantastic. So highly recommend checking out Lucas. Didn't even realize Lucas. Appreciate you popping on stream. I'm more scared of fear than to have money. All right. Well, as I said, try and start small as possible. And I've wanted to sell so I can move out. Grew up in a cult. Oh wow, okay. So I need the money. Also, sorry I'm taking so much Talking so much is 3 a.m. All good, no stress at all. I'll welcome any and all comments that are nice and polite, which you have been very much so, Sugar Beats. Yeah, man, the Miles Morales version with the game controller, yeah, it's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Big fan of your work, Lucas, if you are still here. Thanks, man. All of us learning from each other. 100%. 100%. I feel like I'm going to Noodle Town right now, and it's not helping anyone, not helping anybody. So, let's reassess. Let's do a little bit of the flip-flop. Yeah, I wonder if this shadow's throwing me off as well. I think it is. So let's get rid. Where is this? That's a part of that. Nick that right off. How do I erase that? Thank you very much. Then we can okay, if this is going to be this shadow, then that's how it's going to be, probably down there a little bit. Yeah, this is too much of a gap here. I don't like that. Because we're looking down at her, right? We're like on a bird's eye view sort of thing. Well, not bird's eye view, but a little bit taller. A little bit taller, a little bit higher up. You want to make that apparent with the hair. That feels a little bit more like her hair's in front of her eyes. She's a little bit more dark and a little bit more like, oh no. I'm all upset about something. I don't know what she's upset about, but that feels a little bit more correct, I guess, maybe. Something going wrong here with the hair. That's all right, we can figure it out. Everything is figure-outable. Is this a flat earth hip hop song? Sugar Beats, also you need to put out an art book. Your stuff would be so good one. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. When you reach 1 million, you'll sell a book. All right, there we go. You've heard it here first. If I do that, then I will take the steps to sell a book. There we go. Abhishek, I've seen you flipping canvas vertically. I understand horizontal flip. Can you see your painting in a new perspective and correct all the mistakes while flipping canvas vertically? Horizontally. Oh, here, like that? I just want to see it from a different perspective, right? Because just to see if there's anything that stands out that doesn't really make sense. Like here, for example, I think that it could do with, because the head sort of comes down like an egg, right? It's like a 3D form. So a lot of this would actually be in shadow. All right. So that can sort of give me a different perspective of everything. Even some of this is going to be in more sort of shadow potentially. All right, this might even be more in shadow. All right, so it just gives me a different viewpoint, really. So then I'll flip it around. Does that make sense? Feels a bit better. Feels more 3D, that's for sure. And we can knock it back to see where we were. See, that was a little bit too lit, if that makes sense. Not lit like lit on the side of the face. So that just rounds it out nicely. Or a little bit better than it was, right? So then we can take that, duplicate it, group it, merge it, hide those two, and then we continue. Okay, let's maybe think about the stitching and all that sort of stuff on the hand. So let's get our thing reference. Where are all the stitch marks? So there's one up here, there's one on the forefinger, one that starts from the other end of the middle finger, and one around the ring finger. Okay, let's try that. So there is one around the forefinger, another one there, kind of, I guess. Then on this side of the ring finger, and then we have one around the ring finger itself. So now we can even do these stylistically. And we've got it all around the edge here. So we can even just carefully think about where these would actually go. All right. So that, coupled with the lighting that we've done underneath, it sort of helps us. And why I like to figure out the underlying forms first, because it makes all this stuff a heck of a lot easier. So I can just really, essentially just trace in perspective on top of these forms what I'm looking for, right? So let's say, let's change the color of these quickly, right? And let's just grab another layer on top, and let's make this stand out, like up from the skin. So let's add this sort of bump here. And then we can do the stitches in it over the top. So this guy's also going to come down here. Sugar beets. I'm having some Oreos. I don't know if you have them out in Australia. We do have Oreos in Australia. Yes, we do. See, so everything has logic. There's a logic to everything. If you're ever getting lost, I mean, this is something that I always tell myself. If you're ever getting lost, where's the logic not working out? Abhishek, you recently started coming live on YouTube, right? So what difference is it making in terms of followers and views? Are they getting doubled or tripled? I'm not sure what you, from what. So I've only just started, so it's not like a huge spike in anything. But it's a start. It's a start. But I'm doing this knowing that it's going to take time to sort of grow a bit of a following, and it's different. It's a different platform. Only thought you ate Australian food. Also, that was me trying to make a joke and I didn't make it work. It's hard through text. It's definitely hard through text to make a joke work sometimes. So there's no, don't feel bad about that. I've done that many a time. There's no inflections. All right. So even with this stuff, right, even with these little stitches up here, they're going to be affected by the light. So it's all going to be affected by the light. So if once I do this, and I sort of zoom out, I mean, look at that. They start to look like leathery sort of things just by doing that, just by having that little bit of understanding of, okay, there are 3D, Jesus, music took a turn. They're 3D, and then we can start to say, okay, what would happen when it actually digs into the skin? Oh. It'll make a little indent there, right? You know what? No one's actually going to see this. It's so zoomed in, right? But I know it's there, so I'm fine with that. As I said, I'm being indulgent with this piece. So how's your friend's Chris Hemsworth? He's doing all right. He's doing all right. He's with his family at the moment. They're on holiday. I haven't talked to him in a little bit. Chris Hemsworth is your friend, yeah. Sugar Beats. I'll zoom in on Insta. Oh, good. All right, I'm doing this for you then, Sugar Beats. Him and Chris are buds. We certainly are. Whoa. No, thank you. All right, so let's do the stitching on the hands. We're using the same principle. Doesn't have to be perfect. Same around here. This is just like a little flatter kind of cylinder. So it's all the volumes and everything should still act the same. Should also do these ones along here as well. There you go, now we've got it. So far, might need to add some color variation. Let's, or do we dare? Do we dare? Let's group it, let's duplicate it, let's merge it all down. That would look cool and logical too. I think you should try inward dent around stitches. That would look cool and logical too. Yeah, definitely. That would be to keep consistency. Definitely, definitely. I want to have a play around with the color variation though. So we'll do some overlay work. Soft round. That's maybe that's a little bit too harsh. There'll be a little bit of discoloration around the stitching for sure. Kind of like off color because it's dead, right? I love this Australian music. Yeah. Now there's something up with this eye here. I think it's too in the light. So I need to shadow that one up. Potentially, maybe knock it back a bit. Can you tell us about overlay screen and color layers in Photoshop, please? Of course I can. Give Give me a moment. I just want to finish this up for a sec. Just want to try this out. Just get some flyaway hairs to make it look a little bit more alive. Okay, color layer modes. Let's go like this ultra yellow color, right? What color layer modes do is change the color of everything. They don't really do too much to the values, right? So if I go black and white and I do the same thing, see it changes it slightly, all right? But now everything's yellow. Screen, as far as I'm aware, it lightens things, right? So it lightens all this. It's what I'd often use for like rim lights and stuff like that. So screen does that. Overlay is kind of like a mix between color and multiply for me. Multiply darkens things, but color, you can either like have it super bright and then it's almost like a mix between screen, multiply and color. So if you have it super bright, you can like start adding in colored highlights and stuff like that, doing all sorts of fun stuff. Or you darken it down and then you start to bring in some like darker values, but they're tinted with the color that you've chosen. So high level, that's kind of where I see those color modes. All right, let's start cleaning all this up. Lucas, I've always struggled with complementary color reflections. Talk to me. What do you mean by that? So, like the rim light is what you're talking about, or like the reflected light, say. Could you tell us a bit of how you mix the reflected light of the shirt blue on the hand orangey pink? Yep, definitely. So, what I'm doing here, what I'm thinking about, right? When you think about these things in isolation, like this local color, let's say, of the hand. Let's make it a flat, hard, round brush, elliptical brush. All right. I know that this is like a bluey color or a cooler color, right? So this is the color basically of the light that's going to be hitting this color. So it's not going to be adjusting it. It's not going to be like that stark. What it's going to do is it's going to shift the color of this closer to this blue and increase the value just a tad. All right. So it's not that far from the orange, but but in comparison, it is quite a lot cooler. But then if you put this next to a blue or like a purple, all right, look how warm that looks next to the blue, if that makes sense. So it's very comparative. I'm not thinking, okay, I'm going to make this finger blue because this is like a purpley bluey sort of thing. It's like, all right, I'm going to shift it ever so slightly towards the blue and then change the value based on the reflected light, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Please let me know if it doesn't. Because even with the reflected light, you're going to lose a lot of the intensity. So it's not going to be as bright as say the light source that's hitting this. So if I clean this up, you notice that this isn't a super blue color, right? This here is only getting hit by the reflected light because it's kind of at a different angle. It's like the knuckle. Same here, this sort of angles down a little bit, so it's going to catch a little bit more of that light. And the dogs are going nuts again. I love it. But yeah, so I'm thinking more about shifting colors rather than making this a blue highlighter or a red highlighter. It's based on the local color of the material. Fantastic. Thank you for the explanation. My pleasure, man. My pleasure. I hope it made sense, because I'm still learning how to explain some of this stuff myself and learning this stuff as I go as well. So, hi dogs. Yeah, no, they're outside. So they're going nuts about something. Lucas, I'm such a fan of your work. I've watched quite a few things of yours and I love it. So great to see the art family here connecting. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Let's have a squeeze here. This knuckle's looking a bit wonky, which is annoying. I do not like how it's looking. What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? Let's think logically. The knuckle should probably be knocked out a little bit further to represent that this is going back more in space. This nail is probably too perpendicular to the camera. So now it's got a little bit more perspective on the nail. Sam Payne, hey Ben, what's a super Aussie phrase that we can teach our international audience? Oh. How family friendly do we want to get? There are no hot girls here. That's not an Aussie phrase. I'm just talking to the chat bot. Or there might be. But not on screen, that's for sure. I'm not a hot girl. I love kangaroos. Yeah, that's the Aussie. That could be a start. Oh, what's a PG Aussie slang that I could? Bloody hell. That's bloody hell. That I would actually use. I've got all I know all the standard ones that I'd like. Struth. Bloody Nora. Like, yeah, I don't know. You go for it, Sam. You go for it. I got some ones that start with the letter C, but I mean, I don't think that's very appropriate for this stream. I find that like the C word. Have a squiz at this. Yeah, squiz. Have a look at this. That's a good one. Have a squiz. Don't know the origin of that one, like why it's a squiz. Cake hole. I wonder if that's Australian. Stone the crows. What's that mean? I've not... Stone the crows. I've not heard that one. I say uru, as in goodbye. Uru. We always put like things at the end of sentences or at the end of words. Like a Barbie. Or like as in barbecue. Or the footy as in football and stuff like that. Yeah, no one says the C word near me, but I do know it's chill in Australian. Yeah, it's, I don't know, at least in my friendship group it's pretty chill. I don't know about in public, like you wouldn't go and say that to like your mum or something. But let's get a bicky. Yep, a biscuit. Let's get a biscuit. No one says put another shrimp on the Barbie. That's bullshit. That's some marketing crap. Davo, Stevo, getting a drink, going to the bottle-o. There you go. Davo and Stevo going to the bottle-o. You get a couple of bevies. There you are, we're getting real bogan. That's fun though. Bloody oath. You got that one, which is similar to like bloody hell. Something wrong with this eye. This eye's not looking quite right, so that's what I'm going to try and troubleshoot now. We've got to clean up a lot of these shapes on the fingers for sure. Sharpen up some of this stuff. Alright, even throw some shadows in here and whatnot. Let's see if we can get this face. And eyes looking how I want it to. Barbecue for Barbie. You're such a dag in Australia. Yeah, you're a dag. You're a bloody dag. You silly bugger. I was looking up words. Nice. Yeah. You got some weird sayings. That's for sure. Let's troubleshoot this eye, shall we? I think this is feeling a little bit round potentially. No one drinks Foster's either. That's bullshit. I don't think you can even get a Foster's anywhere that I know. I'm not a big drinker myself, but... my dad says he looks like the south end of a northbound skunk. That's a good one. I like those kinds of sayings. Like, I like the one, like if someone's like tight with money, like he's a tight ass. You say, oh, this bloke, he can't eat strawberries because he can't shit the pips. That one always makes me laugh. But you got ones like that that are good. You're a few roos loose. This one's a few roos loose in the top paddock. So he's a bit crazy. Bob's your uncle. Yeah. My parents just have Yiddish phrases. My brain has forgotten them. Those stitches remind me of baseball. Yeah. 100%. Same principle. Exactly the same principle. What's this? An apple a day keeps doctors away from you because you're a zombie. You call people old mate as well? Like you'll hear me say that probably a lot. Like old mate thing over here. You probably hear me say that a lot. Bloody old mate here. Your friend. You just say that when it's like, I don't know, in what situation would you say your friend? Like your mate. Like it's not actually, it doesn't have to be your mate. It's like, say someone likes like Kevin Hart or something. It's like your mate Kevin Hart, but he did a funny thing last night on TV. You can say that. It's what they said so long ago. Yeah, mate, he says that a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Like old mate, the bloody airbrush over here, old mate, your mate. Sheila. Yeah, I don't know, I don't say that. I think that's like an older Australian sort of thing. Or a Sheila. Yep. Bloody oath. What are you doing? You got the dog walking around the drum kit. Alright, trying to find these occlusion shadows in the nose. I'm in Ohio, we say nothing different. I try to think of anything about this state that would stand out, but couldn't. Well, your country says stuff different to my country. I mean, I don't think I can't think of anything state to state that Adelaide says. We're apparently more posh because I don't think we weren't convicts. Like South Australia wasn't settled by convicts, so we get the whole, oh, hello, I'm from South Australia. We get that a lot. That we sound more British. Go Buckeyes, Sugar Beets. Oh my God. Well, I never was into sports. See, I'm trying to think of the logic of all of these planes. I haven't really even started about thinking too much about the specular highlights. Like I have a little bit here, but we can really play them up. This needs to be tucked in more there. That makes more sense. So what I was looking at there is the distance between here and here, like this crease and that crease was pretty similar over here, which didn't make sense because it's in perspective. So this would actually come back up here and be in a little bit. So it would be in perspective, which then makes the eye make more sense. I saw some AI artwork yesterday that scared the hell out of me. Suddenly felt like we're in danger. Nah, I don't know. I don't stress myself out too much about it. We've talked a lot about this at the beginning of the stream. About the whole AI stuff. Me and Alexa are BFFs. There's something up with the side of the head. I think that, yeah, there needs to be more, just like a little bit more of the side of the face here. That balances it out a little bit. These are all these like little tweaks that we're getting to now. It's sort of got to think about that. I think let's get this. These dogs, I tell you bloody what. Been a couple of drongos. There you are, there's an Australian phrase. Couple of bloody drongos. I love hearing the dogs talking about business. Probably no, there's a dog next door that they're going nuts about. That's what it is. There's a new puppy that someone's got. That's what they're talking about. Steve Galloway, the only problem with the time difference is watching this stream, getting inspired to draw and create, realizing you've got 8 to 9 hours of day job to do first. Oh man. Man, you totally annoy me. Did I? Abhishek, talk about Siri to Alexa, then she'll show you her true colors. Good on. Oh yeah, that sucks, man. But you got something to look forward to at least after work, Steve. You got something to look forward to. Sugar Beats, maybe they are talking about you to this new neighbor, probably. So this asshole doesn't get off the bloody computer all day. Hey Ben, I know this is a tricky question, but what was the name of the guys whose brushes you use? I wrote it down somewhere whilst listening to the podcast, but couldn't find it. Sorry, mate. Yeah, all good, man. All good. So it's Ahmen Aldoori. Ahmed Aldoori. They're free on his gumroad. So go check him out. My favourite singer has one of my paintings in her room. Her name is Aurora. I'm kind of obsessed with her music. That's awesome. That's fantastic. What sort of music does she do? There wouldn't be much of a... What am I listening to? She just did music with Hans Summer for a documentary. She sounds like an ethereal angel. Oh, fantastic. Oh, Hans Zimmer. Oh, wow. That's very cool. She was in Frozen 2, the spirit sound. That is very cool. Also, you can ignore my typing. A rabbit, dinosaur, mouse. It's late, so I'm typing a lot. No worries at all. No stress. Well, there you go, Sugar Beats. That should be even more giving you confidence of putting your stuff out there. I still think there's potentially too much light here. So let's go to overlay. Let's do something like this. Let's lower the opacity. Sugar bees. Also, do you ever take suggestions? I never really suggest things, but I need to, because why not go for it? Suggest away. Oh, hello. Hold on, we have a friend here. Hey, bud. Come up. Oh, this is the one that's been making all the noise. Ollie. This little guy. So he'll sometimes just sit on my lap and work with me. He's the good boy out of the two of them. He's the one that doesn't bark as much. So how do I? We're just gonna chill here. What are you doing? You alright to chill here? Yep. You just sit on my lap and we'll continue it. Stop licking my arm. Yeah, he's bloody cute. I feel like the eyes looking at us would be so cool. The actress said she was going for the Kubrick stare. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. We can try something like that, but I do like eyes that aren't just looking directly at the viewer as well. I like the off to the side, or like someone said something to her and she's like, piss off. HB, hi Ben, I've been watching the replays of your other streams and finally caught part of a live. Awesome. It's 9 AM in the UK. This is looking amazing as all your work does. Very inspired right now. That's awesome. Thank you so much and welcome. Glad you could catch this one live. Yeah, all right, I'll try it. Don't hate it. Yeah, they kind of look like Billie Eilish eyes, don't they? Now we got this going. Yeah, and I like these. I'm feeling these ones a little bit more. But good to experiment though. Always good to experiment. And I appreciate the suggestion. The animation. Yeah. Yeah, there's still something up with this eye here. What is wrong with it? Let's squint our eyes, let's have a look. Maybe it's this cheek. Maybe that needs to be more in shadow. Yeah, getting there, getting there, getting there. The animation, yeah, I'm glad you tried it out. Yeah, it was a good suggestion. Would you ever want to design characters for a movie? If so, what genre / vibe? I don't know. Maybe that could be kind of cool. I don't know what genre or vibe. I love Into the Spider-Verse, that kind of vibe. More like colourful, poppy, sort of like, I don't know, I did dig that. I like the kind of realistic materials on stylized things. That kind of appeals to me. But yeah, I don't know what genre. I honestly don't watch that much stuff. Like I'm not a cinephile, and I don't really play games either, so I'm kind of like an anomaly when it comes to like digital artists, because I imagine a lot of digital artists would be consuming a lot of the content that's out there, but I don't know, I just don't do it that much. Do you have a favorite animated movie? Toy Story. Just from pure nostalgia. Nostalgia? You know what I'm talking about. Just a pure nostalgia. Love Toy Story. Also, Shi Kim and Tonko House. Tonko House, what's his name? Old mate from Tonko House. See, there you go, old mate. I can't remember his name, but some of his concept work is just beautiful. Let me just quickly get that up. Tonko House. Monsters Inc. Daisuke Tsutsumi. I just absolutely love this because it conveys atmosphere, it conveys form, shape, but then if you go really close, it's really simple shapes. It's just the understanding and underlying knowledge of what's happening. Right? It's just so cool. I absolutely love it. So this sort of stuff I really enjoy. So there's a little something with the background. Keeping in mind the light source as well when I'm doing this. So the light source is over here somewhere, and it would shine on the background if we're wanting to put her in like this kind of studio setting. Maybe we don't need to put the shadow in there just yet. Maybe we can just... Looks almost kind of like a family portrait kind of thing. I don't know if I was going for that in the beginning, but I don't hate it. Now this has made me want to try out some ring lights. We know these aren't going to be the final. I just want to try them out. Let's go screen. Maybe try purple. I think my favourite was Mulan and Monsters Inc. for sure. Have you watched Monster House, kids movie? I haven't watched Monster House. Lighting goals, and art goals. Yeah, this is the fun part. I mean, it's all the fun part. I really enjoy all of it, really. But this is where you can start to really play, and all your hard work with all the forms and stuff from beforehand can really start to shine. Pun fully intended. What is this fake James Bond shit? I still don't understand lighting well. I like your art, but I don't understand things. I don't know how my brain learns. Well, how'd you learn how to oil paint? You say you're doing a bunch of oil paintings. How did you get that going? Like, so much art talk flies out of my head. I think this is where, like, if you hear an idea or something that you think you want to go and try it instead of trying to, like, intellectualize it. Go and practically try it and see how you get on with it. That's how I like to do stuff. And then later, if I can kind of understand it a little bit deeper, then I will. Primal D1, found you on Twitter a few months ago and your art keeps popping up on my Pinterest, not knowing you had a YouTube channel. I always love your tutorials too. Thank you so much. Great to have you. I learned from watching YouTube videos. I think I'm a visual learner. That makes perfect sense. So am I. HB, that purple light makes a huge difference. Amazing. Yeah, I love the old rim lights. Do a lot. There are, some may say that I lean on them too much. I say, screw you. I like putting them on everything. So there you go. Alright, so that's a good indication of where we're at the moment. I might just do another 5-minute break. And then I think I want to add in some more color variation. I want to clean up this hair, clean up this hand. Alright, so really sort of get these nails feeling like nails. Even this eye's got to have a ridge. like a lower lid. Yeah, there's this like dark spot in here that I've got to fix up. Got to get clear with my shapes. Whoa, Ollie. Man, you guys are lucky you bloody can't smell that. That's disgusting. See? That's gross. For those that don't know who I'm talking to, I have a puppy here. And he just let one rip. I learned piano, guitar, watercolor history from YouTube. Maybe crack open some lighting tutorials on YouTube. My school didn't teach much. Also, I try to be quiet when you get no worries, Sugar Beats, no stress at all. I think I've learnt more from Ben in a few weeks than my entire art education, and I went to university for art. That's crazy. That is crazy. Albums give me Woody vibes, but especially the tool scene. Yeah, I know what one you're talking about, Sugar Beats, where he's like painting, like glazing his eye because he's trying to fix him up. I know what you're talking about. HB, wait, is this Photoshop? How did you rotate the canvas just there? Is it a version thing, or can all Photoshop do that? I don't know. I just press R, and that allows me to rotate it any which way I want. Okay. break time. Ten-minute break this time. We've got some shadow work to do around here. I like the shine on the eyes. Yeah, I do enjoy throwing the specular highlights. Mocha forever. Hello from India. Beautiful work in progress. Thank you. Welcome. Sugar beets break time. That is right. Sugar beets. We shall be back. Ollie and I will be back shortly. Say goodbye for now. Ta-ta for now. All right. I will be back. All right, I am back. Oh, it's hot. Frick. I'm gonna have to head off in about 20 minutes because the shops are gonna close and I need to get some dinner. So let's see what else we can do within the time we've got. Let's see if we can get. I'll take it because I'm going to do this I'm going to do the rim lights properly, so we can remove that. Bruno Aleph, good morning, Eldin. We are together and mixed. I'm not entirely sure what that means, but thank you, I think. Sam Payne, a good question to start back with from the break. I sometimes focus so much on the process and frustration of a piece that I forget to enjoy it. Any tips for enjoying it while it's happening? Getting used to the fact that you're not going to enjoy the whole process all the time. There's going to be times where you get frustrated, where you just don't know why something isn't looking right, why stuff just isn't looking good and it's not looking exactly the way you want it. It's something that you've just got to come to terms with. And it's kind of like a roller coaster. Without the bad, you can't enjoy the good so much. It's not like always like, oh my God, this is so fun, but it's not like that all the time for me. There's parts where it's like it's starting to look good and then there's lulls and then there's ups and downs, but overall I enjoy the process. I think that's the goal. But being content with, all right, sometimes it's going to be a struggle. I think that helps me. A more stoic mentality of like, this too shall pass. This excitement that I'm feeling right now on the piece, all I've got to do is take a few wrong strokes to get me frustrated and start questioning why is this looking this way? And that too shall pass as well. All right, so it's a real up and down kind of game. From my perspective, at least, that's how I think about it. All right, let's see if I can quickly clean up some of these shapes. I swear to God, these dogs. Yeah, that makes sense. Alice, haha, I knew you were still live. It's more and more amazing, by the way. One of the best Wednesday fan arts I've seen so far, and I've seen a lot of them recently. Thank you so much, Alice. That means a lot. Yeah, we've been working on it for a while. The Killer Hand was a scary bull show. Alright. I feel like there's some translation lost. Rain, what software do you use for your reference board? PureRef. For this one down there. God. Enrique, hey man, it's looking great so far. Are you just adding them final details? Kind of. So Enrique, kind of final details, just trying to clean things up a lot, basically. So really trying to look at things objectively and be like, okay, where are things not making sense? Where could I have done better? What does it all make logical sense? I mean, I've got to finish up the hair a little bit more. just some of these. Maybe showing that it's gone back in space could be cool, maybe. Rain, thanks. No worries, Rain. Eloise. I finished drawing my character. You can view it on the server with the name Aluoshat. I certainly will check it out on the Discord server. It's so cool. I only popped in there very, very briefly yesterday. But it's so cool to see that some of you have started to show some work in progress, which is awesome. I'll start sharing some of my work in progress as I go as well. There's a smudge tool, one that I very rarely use, but it could come in handy just for this touch-up stuff. Alright guys, I've got to head off in 5 minutes because the shops close at 9 here. And if that's the case, I won't be able to get any dinner because there's nothing in the house right now. So, I'm going to leave it here. I'm going to go have some dinner and maybe I'll pick it back up a little bit later on. We'll see. But I want to finish this on stream. So I might just go and grab a quick bite to eat. See how we go, because it'll be getting a little bit late. But yeah, for quite a few little things that I want to keep playing around with, color variations in the hand. Got to fix a lot of this stuff as well. Got to get the hair feeling right. So yeah, there's a bit to do, but we're on the final stretch. That's for sure. Yeah, you got to fix the hair up. A bit to do, but nothing we can't handle. Enrique, I've been looking at a lot of your tutorials lately on Instagram, and I can say that it's definitely helping. From being a more traditional artist moving on to digital, I definitely feel like a noob. Well, I'm glad that they're helping, but it is a bit of a learning curve, definitely going from traditional to digital art. Or do it on part 2 finale stream. I've got to get dinner. I don't think I can just keep it running. HB, great to have caught alive. Enjoy your dinner. Thank you very much. You have a great day or night wherever you're at. Enrique, have a great dinner, man. Hope to catch you on the next stream. Thank you so much, Enrique. I hope to catch you there as well. Oh, you know what I've just seen? You know what I've just seen? We've got opportunities, babe. Babe, we've got opportunities. We've got some bounce light opportunities right here. Check it, check it, check it. All right. We got some fantastic opportunities to just just ever so slightly, just bop, bop, bop. Probably too much, but what are you going to do? Ah. Let's do it on a new layer, actually. Let's. Bam. Now that's starting to round the face out a little bit more. I don't know if I want it that round though. Maybe we sort of make this a little bit more shapely or angular. Sam, what's for dinner? I've got no clue. Probably chicken breast and veggies. I'm eating pretty clean. Only thing I have trouble with is color. Like I can make characters and black and white values, but applying color is so hard. It is tricky, but I mean, I hate saying it, but it is just a lot of practice. Don't be afraid to just start trying things out. Start trying to put color in, because I remember myself, I was very black and white there for a while as well. And it didn't help to just be black and white and just be like, oh, I don't want to mess it up because it looks good in black and white. Make a copy of it and test things out. Always just feel confident enough just to test. No one has to see it. If you mess up, you mess up. Yeah, these hands need to be more, these fingers need to be more rounded. It was nice to see you and the progress. Have a great dinner. Thank you so much, Alice. Great to see you. Sam Payne, Audi goods? I'd love to, but Audi's closed right now. Shit, I've got to get going in like 2 minutes because it's 8:21 now and Coles closes at 9. So, Enrique, well, you can answer that question next stream. I certainly can. I certainly can. I talk a little bit about it in this stream, so you might want to go back and watch a tad bit of it. Sugar beets. I have a squirrel that comes to my window while I do art. I put a lot of food out for them. That's cool. I've never seen a squirrel before. Sugar beets, what's something you'd like to improve in your art? Sugar beets, I'm sorry, I've got to get going. I need something to eat. I haven't eaten today. And I need some dinner. Enrique, that is true. Thank you so much. I don't know why I'm scared to try new things. It's not like there are rules to art or how to do things. Don't feel bad. I used to always be afraid to do certain stuff. You just got to start small and go for it. All right. On that note, I've got to head off. I've got to get some dinner. I might be back on a little bit later to finish this off because I'd like to get this finished today. So yeah, might see you a bit later, might not. But either way, you have a great rest of your evening or your morning or your afternoon or whatever time zone you're at. And I really appreciate you popping past. And yeah, you have a good one. I'll see you in the next one. Catch ya. Gotta get something to eat.